All right, 9 a.m. Welcome everybody to the House Election Law Committee. I'm going to start off today with some public hearings, but first, Vice Chairman Bohm will lead us in the pledge. Okay, it's good to be back home, room 306, where we belong, right? Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1146 relative to the removal of voters from the checklist. Representative Keith Ammon is recognized to introduce the bill. Welcome to Election Law, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Keith Ammon, and I represent Hillsborough District 42, and that includes the towns of New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Lineborough. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1146 that deals with the removal of a voter from the checklist. So this is a constituent request, this bill. And we'll hear some testimony from the constituent that requested the bill after me. And so I'll tell the story as I can recall it. In Mount Vernon, there was a voter who requested to be removed from the checklist. And the Secretary of State's office, I believe, said that that's not possible. There isn't a statute that allows someone to do that, which is surprising to me. And so that's what this bill would do. It would create a process for someone to request their name to be removed from the checklist. And this would be similar to if someone moved out of state or out of district and they were no longer, validly part of the checklist. And so the process is very similar. And you might ask, why would someone want to do this? I think it would be personal reasons, but I can think of a few. Someone might be disaffected with politics. Someone might be, there's some religions that don't allow someone to vote. So someone might have a change in faith that would require them to not vote. And so I couldn't tell you the particular reason for this constituent's request. But I think there should be a process that is verifiable and make sure that the checklist remains, keeps its integrity so that we have solid voting rolls. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Lane.
Thank you. I'm out of practice. Can they come back and sign up again? Is there a process or once they're off, they're off?
No, they could change their mind again, and they'd have to go through the process of reestablishing their name on the voter rolls.
Further questions? I actually have one. Would you, I know that this is a constituent bill, but would you be opposed if we change sections 1 and 2, basically lines 8 through 13, instead of having it be witnessed by an election official, if it was just notarized? Because to your point about somebody moves, right, now in theory they'd have to fly back to New Hampshire to go to the town to be removed, instead of just having it. Would you be objectionable to that if it was just a notarized document?
Yeah, however the committee sees fit. I know the person coming after me is actually the supervisor of a checklist in Mount Vernon, so they may have some additional input on that question.
Any other questions from the committee? This might be the fastest one we do today. All right, thank you, Representative Ammon.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is William Sanford. Mr. Sanford, what town do you live in when you get up here?
I'm in Mount Vernon.
Mount Vernon.
Most people have never heard of it.
I have heard of Mount Vernon, and not just the George Washington.
Spelled differently.
Good to go.
All right. I'm one of the supervisors of the checklist. We have 3, and I've been doing this for about 8 years now. I just signed up to be on the ballot for the next term. This bill came because a voter came to me and wanted to be removed from the checklist. So I started to do it, and I realized there's no way to do this on ElectionNet. So I called Bud Fitch, and he said, that's right. You have no power to take somebody off the checklist unless, number one, they die, or number two, they have moved out of the jurisdiction. And that's very easy to do. Now, in answer to your question, if somebody leaves the checklist, wants to be removed from the checklist, and then they want to come back to the checklist, it's very easy to do. All they have to do is re-register. For us to remove someone, it takes 2 seconds to do that on the ElectionNet. For us to re-register them, it takes 3 seconds to do that. So there's no time involved in this. As far as the voter is concerned, this is the one person in 8 years that has requested to be removed from the checklist. So it's not a common practice, but it should be legal.
Are you willing to take questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wood?
Yeah, you mentioned legal ways to take your name off the checklist. Are those the only two?
Yes.
So
Can I ask for a follow-up there?
I'm sorry.
It's all right. You can go ahead.
So you were saying if the death certificate, so that triggers the removal?
Well, we get news of a person who has passed from the Vital Records Network in New Hampshire. So it will show up on our ElectionNet reminders screen. I don't know if you're familiar with ElectionNet. Okay, it shows up on the reminders screen. So we take a look at that. We remove the voter from the checklist, so they're gone forever. As far as somebody moving out of the jurisdiction, if they have registered in another town or another state, we will also know about that, so we can remove them. But those are the only two ways right now.
Thank you for saving another follow-up. Thank you.
Representative Bowman?
Yeah, also, to another state, you get a notice. Is that always true? Because, for example, my granddaughter had moved working in Chicago some years ago, and she had an Illinois driver's license, everything, and was voting in Chicago. And in order to be removed, town clerk says she needs to come to show her ID, which she couldn't because she was, So you said you get notice, but you only get notice if the new jurisdiction sends you notice?
There are 28 states that use the ElectionNet system. And if she was not in one of those states, then we wouldn't know about it. But if she hasn't voted in the last 4 years or in the last 4 elections,
Yes, but that,
we would have a purge.
you're right, yeah, okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Weary?
Just for hypothetical, so to help me understand removing people from the checklist. Suppose you had someone in the town or community who noticed that someone was no longer living in their residence, but had not registered or had not filed anything saying they should be removed from the checklist. Is there any mechanism to deal with that sort of issue where if they haven't, if they voted within the last couple of years, but they have since moved out, but provided no notification and hadn't yet been registered on the, electronic list, to be able to notify you directly?
Well, periodically during the year, we form a 30-day list where we put people on the list that we think have moved out of town or even out of state. A neighbor could tell us, hey, so-and-so sold his house and moved out of town. So we put that person on a 30-day list and we send them a letter. If you don't respond within 30 days, you'll be removed from the checklist. But that's the only way we can do something like that.
Further questions?
Follow-up?
Follow-up? Yes,
Yeah.
Representative
And
Weary.
is that codified within the RSA, or is that a
Yeah.
just a good, so it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Very
And we do that periodically during the year, maybe twice a year. In our small town, maybe twice a year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Bay?
So, if you said, somebody might have said that, a neighbor had moved and so forth. Is there no other, formal process? Because if, for example, if a person is not very friendly to their neighbors and no one had told you, so that that person will be forever in the checklist, in theory?
Again, we'd
Or-
have to send them a 30-day.
May I follow up,
It's fine.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So there's no process of, let's say, the realtor will sold the house, and then there'll be a notification.
No.
Okay.
The problem with somebody saying, oh, so-and-so sold their house, at times they sold their house, but they moved within the town. So we can't remove them from the checklist. We can change their address, but we can't remove them.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairperson.
of course. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Yep.
Last up to speak is Dan Healy from the New Hampshire Clerks. You know what you know who yeah, you know who you're from. I'll learn to speak English today.
Hi, Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, President of the New Hampshire Clerks Association. So we oppose HB 1146. The law already provides a few ways to remove a voter from the checklist, and our concerns with this bill allowing someone to come in and have their name removed whenever they'd like poses a problem. So for this past presidential primary, party changes closed October 6th. So someone that didn't switch their party could come in, remove themselves from the voter checklist, so then re-register on election day as the party that they then wanted. Also, we have residents that come in that don't like that the voter checklist is public and they don't want their name on it, so they come in, they ask to be removed, but they intend to still vote in the future. So they would be removing themselves to re-register. And so we get the intent of the bill, but overall, with the different scenarios, I think a person could come in, they could remove themselves to then be added later, just for these various reasons. That's why we oppose this bill. I'll be open to any questions.
Questions from the committee? Okay, so if we fix the party switch clause, you'd be good to go?
So what would that entail?
It would be a provision in the bill that said, you know, you cannot use this for the purpose of changing your party after the deadline.
Because I think it would be hard to track. On election day, a lot of the supervisors of the checklist or the registrars, depending on how big the municipality is, they don't have access to see if someone's registered prior. So I think someone came in, they registered prior, and then they register again on election day. There's not a lot of ways to go back and check that until we're entering it the days following. So I think it kind of complicates things.
Okay, Representative Waring. Well, I do, but we're supposed to let other reps to ask before you just start doing the follow-ups.
All right. So there was recently a ruling by the First Circuit Court of Appeals that under the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, Maine's voter rolls had to be public record. Does that impact your position on whether or not voter checklists have to be made public?
So our voter checklist right now is public. So it's, so I'm the clerk out of Nashua. If you walked into the Nashua City Hall, our voter checklist is sitting on the desk in the lobby of the city clerk's office. So anyone can come in and look at that information. And I did have a situation a few years ago where when I was working in a different municipality, a voter came in and they asked for their name to be removed, but they informed me that they were still interested in voting at every election. They wanted their name to be removed and then to re-register every time, just because they didn't want someone to be able to come in and look up their information. So we have those concerns that it could be used in that way.
Further questions? Representative Hamer?
Wouldn't that be a confidential voter, or is that a different?
So a confidential voter, if they have a court order, protective order, where their identity needs to be hidden, that's a separate issue. This person did not have that. They were just looking. They didn't want maybe the phone calls or the mailers, or maybe their neighbor to see what party they're registered as. They just wanted to be removed entirely from the list.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Thank you. Can you just remind us again what information is on the voter checklist?
So on the voter checklist is their unique voter ID that's generated when we enter the voter into our election portal. It's their name, their domicile address, their party affiliation.
Further questions? So they're sending in an affidavit. Could we have a checkbox on the affidavit that says that they do not intend to vote in the next election? Would that assuage your concern, since an affidavit is a sworn statement?
That would that would help.
Okay.
I see it being used not for the way that it was intended. I get the intention of the bill, and we agree with the intention, but looking at it, we think that it could be used for other ways around, say, the party affiliation thing, or to get someone's name off the list and then just go back on.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last up is a late entry, the great Secretary of State David Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. I just want to provide a little information on this bill. I understand the reason why somebody might submit it, because we get plenty of calls in our office from voters who would like to have their name removed from the list for various reasons. Probably the most common one is the amount of mail that they get during campaign season, but voters get particularly aggravated when the number of phone calls and personal contacts go way up. We try to explain to the voters when they call that in the process of collecting the voter registration information, when they fill out the form, we are not taking their phone number or their email address. That whoever is contacting them has gotten that data from some other location. There is a basic premise to elections, and that is, in addition to voters having the right to vote and to do so conveniently and easily, there is also a right for members of a community to know who is participating in the election process. And that's why checklists are important, and that's why there's a voter history that is tagged along with that, so that anybody who's interested can make sure that the voters that are participating are actually qualified to vote in an election. The couple of concerns that I have with the bill are, one, if you were, as a matter of policy, we're going to let people be removed from the checklist, there's no direction in here about the frequency at which that could happen. I mean, technically, you could have people showing up and registering at the polls on the day of the election and then having their name removed from the list the next day, if not sooner. And, that causes problems in making sure, I mean, if there was concern about whether that individual was qualified to vote, being able to track them and just verify their status as a voter. I'm looking at the bill itself on page 1, lines 11 through 13, Roman numeral number 2, where it says that a voter shall present a valid photo identification to the official, and this is to have their name removed from the list, the election official shall examine the photo identification and confirm that the name, domicile address, and date of birth match the information provided on the affidavit. There are many forms of acceptable ID that can be presented, photo ID, that does not have that information on it. It could be the name of a person who got married and their name changed, so that information might not be accurate. There are many photo IDs that do not have birth dates on them, and even a driver's license may not have an accurate domicile address. So I think that that provision in the statute or in the proposed legislation is problematic. I think I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, and just answer any questions the committee might have.
Excellent. Questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Secretary Scanlon. So if the identification aligned with other areas of the RSA that for registration, would you be amenable to that?
I think that if the committee were going to go along with this, that if you matched up the comparison of the information, you just use similar language to other sections of the statute, like a registration form.
Thank you.
Representative Quayle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea was mentioned just a couple of minutes ago about someone going through this process and filling out an affidavit that they, I think it was said, wouldn't vote in the next election. Could someone actually alienate their right to vote in that fashion so they couldn't change their mind before the next election?
I don't believe they could.
Thank you.
I think that would be a violation of constitutional rights.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Secretary Scanlon. There's no other, oh, you know what? I don't have my computer up yet. There's no other speakers signed up to speak, and if the committee will indulge me, I should have had my computer up for this. I'll read the sign in. I tell you what, we'll actually stand in recess till 9:30, which is when the next one starts, and I'll get my things up. It's all right, we'll wait till 9:30. All right, so we're in recess till 9:30.
So obviously, Bill, it'll probably go to the community study. Unless we kind of alienating their own right to vote in the future.
Okay, it's 9:30. Going to reconvene the public hearings on the House Election Law Committee. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1147 relative to the permissible contributions by business organizations and labor unions. Going to recognize Representative Lane purely for the purpose of introduction of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Connie Lane. I represent Merrimack District 16 in Concord, Ward 2. I am introducing this bill as a professional courtesy to Representative Reed, who is a professional, I'm sorry, who is in another committee meeting and can't be present here.
You're fine.
And I'm not going to be able to answer any questions. I'm sorry.
No
I know, look
questions,
at
no
everybody.
comments. Okay, so what we're going to do here, Representative Reed did let me know she has another bill being introduced literally at the exact same time. By the way, thank you, Representative Lane, for doing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the public testimony. And when Representative Reed gets here, if we're still in the middle of public testimony, I will probably try to pause the public testimony, allow her to kind of do the formal introduction. But what I don't want is the committee to fall behind today. So we're going to be a little ad hoc on that, but I want to respect everybody's time. So first up to speak, we'll do Olivia Zink.
Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink. I'm a voter in Franklin and the executive director of Open Democracy. Just wanted to give some background. We have prohibition of campaign spending in our laws. And in 1999, Stretch Kennedy took this to court against Bill Gardner, and the court basically said that corporations were allowed to make campaign contributions, but they needed to do it through a segregated fund. The court outlined what the legislator needed to do to fix this, and this is what that is. So this is just making our law, our campaign law, compliant with what the court asked us to do years ago. So that's all this is. It should be a simple thing. And if anybody wants the court case, Kennedy versus Gardner, I'm happy to bring it or email it. I didn't print it out this morning. Apologies. With that, I can take some questions if anyone has any.
Kennedy versus Gardner. I would have loved to have seen that one. That was two names which shall live in infamy. Representative Weary.
So that took place in 1999, you say?
Correct. I was a high schooler in 1999.
I won't say where I was. Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Next up will be Catherine Langill.
Ooh, good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Langill, and I'm a 20-year-old voter from Concord. I'm a student at St. Anselm College, serving as Open Democracy Action's Public Policy Fellow. Open Democracy Action is a nonpartisan nonprofit that focuses on advocating for campaign finance reform and voter rights. So this bill came to our attention. After examining the bill, I urge the committee to vote ought to pass. The language used would standardize actions taken by labor unions and business organizations to participate in government. The ability for groups to express their support is pivotal to our democracy. And lines 13 through 15 of the proposed bill read, quote, provided the committee's expenditures and contributions are made through a separate segregated fund consisting only of voluntary contributions solicited from individuals who are employees, officers, etc. This language would ensure that the money allocated to support any political pursuit would come directly from within the union or the group itself, eliminating the potential for private gain. And it would, like I said, essentially standardize this process, which could be very helpful in helping with, sorry, I'm trying to word this. It's morning. Standardizing it and helping with election integrity and campaign integrity. Yeah, I'm so proud to say that my dad was the vice president of the Concord Firefighters 1045, local 1045. So I asked him about this bill to gain some context because I'm a college student. I did not know very much about kind of how this works. And he was able to provide some context and let me know that this process is a lot of what people already do. Standardizing it would just secure that integrity. So I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you. My understanding is that this puts corporations and unions on a level footing. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct? When you talk about the process and
Sure.
okay.
That wasn't my understanding. My understanding was that Ooh. That's my boss. So it would, yes. Both processes would be standardized. So
Further questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. We don't have anyone else signed up to speak. I will say I forgot to announce on 11:46 we had 51 signed up in support, 3 opposed. With that, this bill will be recessed until. But basically, what we're going to do is kind of like rolling 5-minute recesses. So you can kind of go where you want to go. It's enough time to use the bathroom and come back. So we're going to recess until 9:40. And if Representative Reed's not here, I'm going to gavel in and gavel out till 9:45. And then at 9:45, I'll gavel in and gavel out till 9:50. And we'll just keep going like that until Representative Reed can come here. So that's the game plan. So with that, I will see you guys at 9:40 to start the 5-minute rolling gavels. Thank you. The testimony.
No, and he had done it, there had been one before it, and then there was another one, and they were executing it, and I was like, wow.
Usually 3 is the.
The thing with
I've seen
Okay, it's 9:40. The sponsor's not here yet, so I'm going to gavel us in, and I'm going to recess until 9:45. Thank you. Okay, it's 9:45, so I'm going to reopen the public hearing, and then I'm going to immediately recess it till 9:50. See you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, it's 9:50. We're going to resume the public hearing on 1147. Representative Reed, for your situational awareness, your bill has been introduced. 2 people have testified in favor of it, and we are eagerly awaiting for your real introduction now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the entire committee for your patience. As you are aware, I had a 9:30 a.m. bill in my own committee that I needed to introduce, so I apologize. I will be brief, I guess, since you've all waited so long already. This bill adds a few necessary protections for our election workers, as well as some extra protections for our process, the integrity of the ballot and machine process. The reason this is necessary is that
Hold on a second. I'm gonna pause you. We're on 1147. We'll see you.
for the
Gonna need a hell of an amendment for that. Gonna need a hell of an amendment. All right, we'll try this again. All right, Representative.
Let's try it again.
1147, relative to the permissible campaign contributions by business organizations and labor unions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do have to introduce 4 of my own bills today, so 1 down and apparently 3 more to go. Okay, so thank you. This bill simply seeks to treat corporate political donations the same as we already treat labor union donations. The history of this is that back in the teens, 19 teens, around 1917, Teddy Roosevelt famously railed against political corruption. And under that administration, direct contributions from corporations became illegal across the country, still is illegal to this day, for federal elections from corporations to political campaigns. At that time, very many states, New Hampshire included, also made direct or made any donations from corporations to political campaigns illegal. After that came the rise of labor unions, and at that time, our laws, which are still the laws on the books today, said that labor unions can donate, but it has to be from a segregated fund. It can't be from the general fund, which is funded by dues. It has to be from a separate political, what we call today a PAC, political fund that is specifically donated to for political purposes. So what we had was a complete ban on corporate donations and a kind of regulation on labor union donations. And in the 90s, so nearly 100 years after the original complete ban on corporations, the Supreme Court of the state struck down the corporate ban as overly broad. And they specifically, in their case, as you may have already heard, referenced the fact that the regulation on labor unions allowed donations as long as it's from a dedicated fund, and therefore the corporate language should be the same. And they recommended that we do exactly that in our legislation. And we never did. It simply was struck down, and we never went back and did what the Supreme Court said, which was to have the same language impact corporations and labor unions equally. And that is what this bill does. So it simply says the labor unions, the language that already exists, I simply add, or business. So in that first paragraph. So the existing words are by any labor union or group of labor unions, and then it says, because this is under the prohibition, and then I say, or by any business organization or any officer acting in the business. So we're bringing it under the same language. And then the second paragraph says, allows for that political action committee for both labor unions and explicitly for both labor unions and businesses. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Weary.
Wrong bill.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I understand that there are also single member LLCs that would be equivalent to sole proprietorships, but there's a distinction within the Secretary of State's office, I think, for company registrations and the like. Would you be amenable to amending that last line on 8 and 9 to include single member LLCs?
If that's the direction this committee wanted to go in, I would support that. I just think the major thing is that we do not treat unions and businesses differently when it comes to their political donations.
Thank you.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So, how does this relate to the Citizens United decision? Is this more restrictive?
So this only has to do with direct contributions to political campaigns. The Citizens United decision has to do with independent expenditures, so that these are two completely separate issues. So just to be clear for the entire committee, in case there's any confusion, because obviously all of these things can get confusing. So a direct contribution is where a business, which is what I seek to address, or a labor union or whoever, directly gives money to a campaign. Ellen for New Hampshire, for example. An independent expenditure is, and according to Citizens United, there has to be no cooperation between the two groups, is where I might, on my own, buy ads for Joan Hamlet, right? But you're not supposed to cooperate with me on that whatsoever. And what Citizens United said is that that independent expenditure, as long as there's no cooperation, is unregulated and unlimited. But this only has to do with direct contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. See, we did it.
We did it. I apologize, and thank you so much for your patience, and also patience with me being confused.
No worries. Okay, that is the last of people signed up to speak in person. Actually, let me give you the card. This is 1760. I mean, she really was confused. 1140. Yeah. Oh, this is 1147. Okay. Signed up online was 14 in support, 1 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1147. We'll be recessed till 10 a.m. for the purpose of introduction of House Bill 1074.
Did you say opposed?
It was 14 to 1. All right. See you guys in 3 minutes. Okay, 10 a.m. Welcome back, everybody. Going to reopen the public hearing of the House Election Law Committee. Going to recognize Representative McGee for the purpose of introduction of House Bill 1074 relative to campaign contributions by limited liability companies. Representative McGee, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you so much, Chairman Berry and members of Election Law Committee. Thank you for having me here today to introduce HB 1074 relative to campaign contributions by limited liability companies or LLCs. I'm Representative Kat McGee from Hillsborough 35, which is Hollis. In the last several cycles, we have had some form of this bill, and it is affectionately known as the LLC loophole bill. So you may have heard of it. That is because it seeks to mend a loophole in our statutory language that undermines our own individual campaign finance limits. In a June 2023 New Hampshire Bulletin article on New Hampshire campaign finance changes, I found this quote, "Individuals have always been able to find ways to skirt campaign finance limits in the state," argued Greg Moore, the state director for Americans Prosperity New Hampshire, a conservative advocacy group. One popular way is through the use of, quote, "limited liability corporations that individuals can form to increase their donations, a process reformers call the LLC loophole." So Mr. Moore is saying that if an individual who has a limit of $15,000 over 3 different reporting periods per campaign cycle per candidate wants to skirt that individual limit, then they can create an LLC or shell corp to hide the fact that they are bundling money to give more than the legal limit. But that is a bad habit we have allowed to take root, and clearly it is not the intent of the law. The law's intent is to place some restriction on escalating costs of elections, which, as anyone who identifies as fiscally conservative must admit, is an incredible waste of money at this point. Where does it end if anyone can flout the rules and we as a legislative body who continue to look the other way? This bill seeks to add the transparency necessary to know who is contributing what via the New Hampshire Secretary of State's campaign finance reporting system. If you are part of an LLC, we should have your name and contact information when a political donation is made, not an innocuous shell corporation that's specifically designed to sidestep the disclosure of donor information and everyone else has to follow. If there are 3 people involved in the LLC, they get 1/3 of the donation attributed to them, so individual limits can be tracked as the law intends. HB 1074 asks that we provide some direction for the Secretary Scanlon's office in order to remove the guesswork in whether an LLC is actually just a dodge of the campaign finance rules. LLCs are designed to remove liability from individuals for investments and other financial transactions. The LLC is a protection for the individual, but it was never designed to provide a cloak of secrecy for donors in campaign finance systems. And that requires everyone else to be transparent about where election money originates. If we want people to have faith in us and their elections, we should recommend HB 1074 out of committee OTP to make clear that everyone plays by the same rules. When we create financial limits on contributions, we need to require the disclosures that allow us to verify that donors are working within state law. Thank you.
Okay, we've taken questions from the committee.
Oh, be happy to.
All right, are there questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for speaking with us today. I'm aware that some LLCs can consist of partnerships with multiple members. I don't know of an upper limit. There could be 3, 4, or 5. Suppose we have a scenario where, in partnerships, in my experience, are typically divided by a vote of the, decisions are made by votes of the members. Suppose we have a member of an LLC partnership who was outvoted by the other members and did not have any wish to contribute to a particular candidate. does it seem right that that person should be ascribed a contribution, having made a contribution when that person had no desire to do so? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's an interesting question. There are definitely going to be unique scenarios and edge cases, as with any law. The idea really is to say if you are part of an LLC that is making a contribution, that contribution needs to be adequately attributed. So I'm not sure that person would be happy if they were donating to a candidate or a cause that that person wasn't interested in or didn't support. But I think that does not negate the need for transparency around who is contributing the money and how it should be attributed. So the example that I gave of 3 contributors, it's just math, right? No matter how many folks are in that LLC, you can divide the money so that you know. And what it really is designed to do is just stop that bundling that is clearly not the intent of the law.
Further questions? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So just kind of a follow-up to the previous question. For instance, down in line 29, it talks about the amount of the contribution attributed to each member. So you would anticipate that an LLC could allocate different portions and not just average the amounts out to all members, but could actually assign it to various members, or do you?
It would be allocated evenly amongst the number of members is the way I believe the wording.
Okay.
That's what it means, I
So,
think.
so it couldn't be follow up, Mr. Chair?
Representative Lane has her hand up.
Oh,
So she gets to go first if she would so choose.
I was going to say, my understanding of the law was that, in fact, if it's divided 30, 20, whatever, 50, that it would be divided up in that manner. And if it wasn't clear, that it would be presumed to be a third, a third, a third. Does that, okay.
I assume there'll be a follow-up to that one.
So you're saying it can be designated if different members of an LLC want more of it attributed to them? Is that?
Well, may I answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
The LLC agreement would allocate it within the members, so that they may not have all equal membership. They may have, it may be, like I said, 30, 20, 50, or whatever you come up with. And if they're going to give out money, then they would divide it up that way. Most LLCs are not making political donations. It's a very specific kind. So you wouldn't probably run into this problem too often.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions before we go back to Representative Weary? All right, let's keep the show going. Representative Weary?
thank you. I can. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Again, following up on the previous questions, so if there are different levels of ownership within the LLC or the partnerships, and a 10% member might have 10% of a contribution allocated to them versus someone who owns 90%, say, or the LLC could choose to designate, when they provide this information, the respective contribution levels. Do you see anything? I mean, that would still get at the intent. You don't want an individual contributing beyond their stated amount under 6645. So do you see that this could be worded in such a way to account for those factors?
I think that the language that is here, which has gone through several iterations since I've been in the legislature, is sufficient for the Secretary of State's department to institute it. I know that I'm in the electronic campaign finance system, and there are some folks who are opting to give to multiple candidates very low amounts of money. So I'm getting, $1.63 or something. I'm getting notices of small amounts of money electronically that are being donated to my account through Act Blue, which is a system that helps, donations to democratic causes. And so the systems can do the math. What we're asking for is that we put in place a requirement that there be an accounting of who's doing what, and that they acknowledge that so that there's transparency. And what will happen is if someone is contributing in multiple places in multiple amounts, it will all go to them just like it does in the regular, any regular contributor in the campaign finance system who puts, when we put our donations in from different individuals, that system is capable of calculating how much money the individual has provided to individual causes and candidates. So it wouldn't be any different for this. They can do it.
You want to go again?
Yeah.
All right.
So does that risk, so in the scenario that I laid out before, granted it is a hypothetical, but could you sort of disenfranchise the 10% owner by averaging out the contribution, and then they would not be able to contribute more to their preferred candidate?
No, I think the actual 10% is what would be attributed to that person. So the LLC may be the donor, but once you create transparency with the people behind the LLC, then the contribution per individual will only be calculated based upon what percentage is attributable to them. So if it was a $10,000 donation and $1,000 was Representative Ware's, then that is all that would be attributed to you. And so the balance of your individual campaign limit would still be available to you, and that's really the point of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Further questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you so much for taking my question. When we're talking about contributions, are we talking about direct contributions or independent expenditures?
Direct contributions?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative McGee. Next up will be our own Representative Lane, who's decided to enter the fray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I can't testify from up there to answer questions, so I thought it would be better for me to be sitting here. My name is Connie Lane. I am from Concord Ward 2, Merrimack District 16. So the bill, as Representative McGee indicated, is it's transparency. It's to allow people to be transparent. Most of these types of LLCs are not the kind of LLCs that most of us think about, where there's a partnership or a small one. They're created specifically to get around this. I know Representative Quayle hates this term, this loophole, or this way to get around the limitation in the amount. And so if you look down at the bottom, it's on number 27. So what happens is when the limited liability company contributes, it provides the recipient with the names and the addresses, and that all goes into the campaign finance system, and that's how it's recorded. So that's how the Secretary of State and the campaign finance system will keep track of it. And so to answer, Representative Weir's concerns, yes, it is possible that that one person could get the 10%, but I would like to think that in a partnership that they would not do that to their own partner. Yes, it would be possible, but again, this law is not really directed at a typical LLC that we all tend to think about and organize and give limited liability for people who are, running their own business. So these are for people who do this on purpose to funnel money to political action campaigns or to political campaigns and to make them be transparent. That's the goal.
I assume you'll be taking questions from the committee.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yes. All right, Representative Weary, we'll keep the show goes on.
I've been waiting to ask Representative Lane questions for
For a long time.
a long time. So to that end, yep, the principle here is good, but I'm just wondering if there might be a better way of working it around. Do you think there might be a better way of working it around by more clearly identifying the purpose of the LLC in its initial registrations or things like that? If they're creating shell companies to do that, facilitate this, should the law be directed more toward the creation of the LLC and the registration process there, or does it belong in election law? I'm
Yeah.
curious.
I guess I hadn't thought about it that way, but my concern is that most LLCs, when they form, they have a clause that says, and any other legal reason to do business in the state of New Hampshire. So there's a catch-all clause. So in theory, any one of them could do that. They usually state the primary reason. So if the primary reason is a, auto parts store or a mechanic or whatever, that's the primary reason. But in theory, they could go out and they can give money too. So, but it's a good, I don't know if it'd solve the problem totally, but we could ask that for people to do it, but I'm not sure what the enforcement mechanism would be.
Go Representative Bay first.
This is probably just from ignorance. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you form an LLC, you can do it in any state, or do you have to do it in New Hampshire?
Correct.
So you can do it in any state.
Yep. Well, now we have to go back to Representative Weary. We got to do this back and forth weirdness.
Can I yield to?
You can yield. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Representative Bay, go back. It's a courtesy,
I'm a very
Thank you, Representative. So if wouldn't you say that if we're going to implement something such as, okay, you have to state that this LLC is formed for this particular purpose, then effectively you're making all of the states do that and make that part of the questionnaire when you form an LLC, which is like not within the realm of what we can do in New Hampshire.
Actually, no, we can only govern New Hampshire LLCs. Most people actually form, well, I shouldn't say most, many people form their LLCs in Delaware because it's better known, the laws, the courts are more favorable to businesses, and everybody's pretty familiar with them. So, but the fact that they would have to still, in this act, they would still have to report whether they're Delaware, California, West Virginia, whatever, they would still have to report to the recipient and how many, and what people are donating.
Okay.
Nice
All
try,
right.
though.
Further questions? All right, we'll keep going. All right.
So, so the legal status it sends up in line 1, RSA 304. So you're saying we could apply this to other LLCs formed in other states?
No, well, the reporting under down on line 27, when a limited liability contributes, it has to provide the recipient of the contribution with the names and addresses of all members. So that's a campaign finance provision. I don't think that it is necessarily a formation question, which is, I think, what Representative Bay was getting to. It's a fine difference. It has to do with campaign finance as opposed to LLC formation.
Sure.
I'd be curious, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be curious about the applicability. I mean, it'd be a good question to understand from the Secretary of State or Attorney General how, whether or not that's really applicable. Because I mean, I can see it being applicable
Right.
for New Hampshire, but I can't see, and you talked earlier about the enforcement mechanism. I would also find that challenging to enforce in that
Right.
context.
I think you just gave us our homework.
I thought.
Oh, Lord. Okay, further questions from the committee. Representative Rafter.
Yeah, just one clarification, I guess. In lines 4 and 5, going back to the allocation of the contributions, it refers to allocated as provided in RSA 664-4. So that would determine the allocations based on each member's investments in the LLC?
Mhm.
Okay.
Which is governed by the LLC agreement.
Okay, further question of the committee. Seeing none. Representative Quayle.
I knew that was too
Oh,
easy.
I tried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Lane, for taking my question. I understand your concern is stated about, I won't restate it, but I understand it. How many instances are you aware of where an LLC has been used in the fashion that you oppose? Please.
I will defer. I know that I've read a lot of articles, but I don't remember the number. But I'm going to defer to some of the folks who are going to speak because they do know how many times. I think there's a Dunkin' Donuts. There's a law. There's a law. There is a law review article that goes into depth about how many times it's used, and it continues to be used.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, further question of the committee. Now seeing none. Thank you, Representative Lane. Next up will be the person who will probably answer Representative Quayle's question, Olivia Zink.
Good morning again. I'm a Franklin voter, Open Democracy Executive Director. I won't go. You heard that just half an hour ago. So I want to speak in support of this bill. And just maybe I'm going to start not talking about my testimony, but maybe give an example. So Representative Berry maybe decides to run for governor. And I want to support Representative Berry and his gubernatorial campaign. And I and Representative Brennan have a business that we own 50% of. And we give a $10,000 check to Representative Berry.
15,000.
15,000?
Yeah, I want 15.
Well, we're going to do 10,000 first, right? So Representative Brennan and I give $10,000. 5,000 is allocated to me. 5,000 is allocated to Angela. Angela personally gives $10,000 to Berry. That's her $15,000 limit. That's all she can give. If, I don't know, Representative Muirhead and Angela have another LLC that they want to give money to Representative Berry from, she's hit her limit. So basically what this is doing is assigning people that $15,000 cap that whether it's a personal donation or an LLC donation. If Representative Brennan really wants to funnel $100,000 into Representative Berry's campaign for governor, she can just create a super PAC and put $100,000 into an account, right? She doesn't have to use multiple LLCs to funnel monies. There's other ways that she can get $100,000 to Representative Berry for his gubernatorial campaign. Just saying, I just use that as an example for a little levity in this comedy to just sort of talk about what this is trying to do. And, when Representative Berry runs for governor, he might come for looking at both of us for money. So I just want to talk a little bit about the history of this. I started looking at this when there was a $7,000 limit. Now it's a $15,000 limit. So we've increased the limits, but we're still seeing LLCs break the law. I'm going to go back to 2010. where John Stevens, who was a candidate in the primary, received $100,000 from 30 limited liability companies in 2 addresses, one in Connecticut and one in Massachusetts. So here's 2 out-of-state companies that are funneling $100,000 into a campaign for governor. And this is in 2010, mind you. Remember, like, campaigns weren't as expensive as they are now. I'm also going to use another example that on August 18th, 13 LLCs at the same address in Massachusetts gave gubernatorial candidate Kevin Smith nearly half of what Kevin Smith raised, so $324,000 in contributions from an LLC. There's also what Representative Lang talked about is the $99,000 from 50 LLCs, which are also Dunkin' Donuts franchise. And then there's also $55,000 from donations in that same 2010 campaign from 11 addresses in Newington and Yonkers, New York, which were Planet Fitness franchises. So I want to say that I used Kevin Smith and John Stevens in 2010, but the Democratic candidates use this too. It's not just Republican candidates for governor that use this. It's used by both sides. Both sides equally exploit this loophole. Kevin Landrigan reported in 2012. This is the favorite example I have with LLCs. So Decking 186309 LLC, Decking Atlantic 1720. And then there was all kinds of different decking companies with different numbers associated giving different amounts of money. But there were 47 checks all associated with the 82 Flanders Road, Westboro, Massachusetts. Apparently Westboro, Massachusetts got Representative Barry is where you want to go for those big checks. I also give an example of when Dan Feltus ran for governor in 2020, a few different LLCs that had funneled money into his campaign. So this is a fairly common sense bill. You've seen past bills. I listed them. There's a lot of times this bill has been tried, and I feel like it's gotten better every single time it's been introduced. It's gotten, worked out the kinks. So I think it's ready for an ought to pass so that we can close this loophole finally and get this behind us. And happy to take any questions.
Okay. All right. Any questions other than me running for governor? All right. No questions. All right. All right. Thank you. And thank you for a little bit of levity. I do appreciate that. Campaign finance can be awfully dry, and I do appreciate a good laugh. Next up, we'll go with Catherine Langill. Excuse me. I always want to add a V to your name for no reason.
Cool. So you also heard about me about a half an hour ago, but for the record, I'm Catherine Langill. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Open Democracy Action's Public Policy Fellow. I am testifying today in support of HB. Also, I will address a typo on my written testimony. I wrote HB 1047 instead of 1074. So please note that. I apologize. After reviewing the bill, I bring forward a suggestion for a small amendment to the proposed bill. Former Representative Bob Perry, who's a former member of election law, actually brought this forth to my attention. In lines 6, 12, 16, 22, and 26, the current bill cites RSA 664-4, Section 5, as describing contribution limits. However, that paragraph outlines contributions for any candidate, committee, or political advocacy program as unlimited for 3 phases. The paragraph 4 of the same RSA describes contribution limits for a person or corporation. That would place total maximum contributions at $15,000, which was what we were discussing. So my proposition is that every mention to Section or paragraph 5 is just changed to paragraph 4, as I think it would fit the intention of this bill more appropriately. Otherwise, I'm going to defer to my superior, Olivia Zink, who provided a significant amount of context on the background for this bill. I'm happy to take questions, though.
Good catch. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Weary.
So just Googling 6644, yeah, Section 4 was repealed, and it is Section 5 that talks about the contribution limits. So, yeah, so I'm a little confused with this because it looks like Roman numeral 4 has been repealed.
Okay.
In the law, and that it is Section 5 that talks about, although your comments about its applicability may pertain, but I just Googled it, and these things are fluid, as we know, so
Absolutely.
That's understandable, but I just, you may want to provide an update or something to that effect. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I apologize if that was incorrect. I had checked GenCourt and the RSA's kind of portal there the other day. So, yeah, hopefully, or I guess the applicability still stands true in checking and making sure we're citing the right things. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, further questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Last up is Liz Tantarelli from the New Hampshire League of Women Voters.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire, and we have as part of our mission campaign finance reform. So I've been testifying on bills like this for several years. I do want to point out that in 2019, Senate Bill 156 attempted to do the same thing, and it passed the House 212 to 139, obviously passed the Senate. It was one of the 57 bills, however, that Governor Sununu vetoed that year when he was exercising his red pen. And if I knew how, and if I had the time, I'd try to find out how many of the governor's campaign contributions came from multiple LLCs, but I don't know how to do that. However, I think there must have been some in there. This bill does not stop people from donating to candidates of their choice, but it does prevent wealthy influencers from using multiple LLCs to get around the campaign finance donation limits. I found an article last year where one member of the House publicly stated, "I believe that money is speech, and so I'm opposed to placing limits on that." Well, I'm not. Just because one person has more money doesn't mean he should have a louder voice. The property owner in town who pays the most taxes for his lakeside estate still gets only one vote in local elections. That's the way we think it should be. And so this is a bill that attempts to fix that. In my testimony, second to the last paragraph, I quote an article from 2021, the Concord Monitor. At that time, there were about 65,000 New Hampshire LLCs in good standing. They constituted the vast majority of New Hampshire business entities, except for the sole proprietorships, whatever they may be. But at least 75% of those LLCs had a single member, and 20% had only 2 members. So that means, at least in theory, in 2021, 60,000 people could have made multiple donations above established donation limits. I'm not saying they did. I think Ms. Zink's testimony is more accurate on that, but this talks about the possibilities. So with that, I urge you to support this common sense bill that we have been looking at for years. If there are questions I can answer, I would be pleased to.
All right, questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Did the article, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for your testimony. In the Concord Monitor article, did they say whether or not they had done the research as to finding duplicate instances of owners of the LLCs? So they're saying that this is the breakdown in the demographics of
Right.
single-member LLCs and multi-member LLCs or two-member LLCs, but did they do their homework and actually distinguish that there were multiple LLCs? Because this is the issue that I
This-
understand, right?
This
So
is the
did they
issue.
actually do that homework?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that right now. I'd have to go back and dig up that article again. I do give the date, and we might be able to find it, so the date is in my testimony. But right now, I can't answer that, but thank you.
Follow up?
Yeah, just for the record again, could you please tell me the date of that article? Because I just, as a single-member LLC person, I don't really, I hate to cast aspersions upon our LLCs in New Hampshire.
Well, I
if I'm
wouldn't do
warranted.
that.
Yes, of course not.
No, I'm sure, I mean, LLCs are formed for numerous reasons, and, you know, I'm not denying that, I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. This is solely about contributions. The date was November 15th, 2021, in the Concord Monitor.
Thank you very much. I just.
Thank you.
If I may, for the record, I have not formed an LLC for the Governor Barry campaign yet. So just
The emphasis there is yet. Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Tantarelli. That concludes our that concludes our public testimony from those signed up to speak in person. Online, there were 70 in support and 4 opposed. With that, I will be closing the public hearing on House Bill 1074. I'll be immediately opening the public hearing on House Bill 1119 relative to absentee ballots. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien is recognized. Representative O'Brien, when you get a moment, can you send me a pink card? And Representative Lane will be rejoining us valiantly.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I always forget the pink card when I'm introducing a bill because it just seems so obvious. Of course, I'm going to be speaking. So I'll get that. Yes. So I thought this was a rather boring bill in a sense, and it just simply addresses an issue that came up in my community where we did have the winter storm and the municipal elections, yet the absentee ballot request form did not have a section for people to check off. So there was some confusion when people didn't want to be dishonest about why they were requesting this form. Requesting an absentee ballot, and they didn't feel that that these things applied to them. I am elderly or infirm. I have a physical disability. Otherwise, I would vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety. Traveling in the storm. That seems to be saying that they are elderly and infirm. You don't have to be elderly or infirm or have a physical disability to have those safety concerns in the storm, or that you are caring for a child or an adult in need. So this takes that section out and would simply add
I would otherwise vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety traveling in the storm. And this is to clarify, to go back a little bit, that is when the National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning, blizzard warning, or ice storm warning for Election Day that is applicable in the city, town, or unincorporated place that the person is residing in and requesting the absentee ballot in. I just spoke to Secretary of State Scanlon, and he says that he signed in favor on this bill, and he likes the space-saving part of this bill, that it takes, although it adds, it does take away some of the lines that are in there right now, and it addresses the issue so that voters can feel that they're being completely honest as they fill out this form. And I know that most voters in our state would want that. There's an additional section that is added that says during a storm warning, the Monday before an election, the clerk's office may remain open later or otherwise extend its hours. I know that this is a concern in my community where we have many people that are coming from out of town, where they work, and voting, maybe something that they want to do after 5 p.m. And if our town clerk would be amenable to that, that's what they would choose to do. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I think we may have some other people signed up, so they can answer them as well.
Question for Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Didn't we have this in here once before? Because I recall our first year on the committee.
Yes.
That
yes.
we worked because there were two towns that had this issue. So was it taken out at some point and now we're trying to put it back in, or am I misremembering?
I think you might be thinking about the addition. So I'm on page 2.
Yeah.
And the part that would be taken out on line 1 and 2, I'll read the whole thing. I am elderly or infirm, or I have a physical disability and would otherwise vote in person, but I have concern for my safety traveling in the storm. Maybe you're thinking about when that was added, and what happened in reality was that people felt they had concerns for their safety traveling in the storm, but they weren't elderly or infirm or had a physical disability, and they didn't want to check that off because they were otherwise healthy, and they just wanted to be really, really accurate and honest in why they were requesting an absentee ballot.
And follow up.
Yep.
The top of page 2, then the striking of that other one, is that tied in, or because that's not really
It is.
related to a storm?
Correct.
Is it?
Correct. So this would clean that up, and people could simply write, I would otherwise vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety traveling in the storm. That's it. The end. I mean, you could have concerns for your safety based on just traveling in the storm. You could have concerns because you have to bring your children to school or to something, or back from school, or all these things. You're not, this just makes it more clear for people and clarifies it so that they feel that there's a spot. It was also confusing when it confuses the voter to not have a spot that really applies to them.
Right.
I don't want that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Burnham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in my town a few years ago, there was a big storm and the town moderator chose to cancel against the wishes of the Secretary of State, I believe, but it was quite a bit of snow, and for the safety, they chose to cancel and reschedule. So when that happens, and someone decides that they were going to, say this goes in, and they decide to do an absentee ballot, and then it's rescheduled, and now they want to go in physically, do you see that as being problematic?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. No, I don't, because there are procedures in place that would show that the person has already voted absentee.
For clarification, you do have the ability to, if you have voted an absentee ballot, to show up and remove your absentee ballot, I think before 10 a.m. on election day, maybe noon. But there's a time frame to show up before election day to remove your absentee ballot if you've cast one and wish to change it. Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. This is more of a recollection regarding a past bill that was just referenced. We did pass a very similar bill 2 years ago in the previous biennium, which made it through the House and then was altered sufficiently in the other chamber of the legislature that the House no longer agreed with it. And if I may, I'd also like to point out that the winter weather provision in the RSA itself that specifies the eligibility makes no reference to whether you're infirm or handicapped. So leaving that out of this application would actually be in stronger agreement with the underlying RSA spelling out eligibility. So I can make this a question. Were you aware of that?
It's hard to keep track of everything, and I thank you for that clarification. That really
Okay.
helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lane.
Sorry. On page 1 at 31, I think that we don't need to check one because there's only one. So and it says either, and it says check one. So I think it's just, and so there's no choice to check. So I think it's a typo, I think.
We could have an amendment. That's always fun. Thank you for giving me all that more extra work. We could do that.
I wanted to share the wealth since I had to.
I could tell you're a lawyer.
There's only one to check.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. And gotta give me your pink card.
Yes, sir.
Daniel Richard is up next from Auburn, New Hampshire.
I have prepared.
That's fine. You can just bring it over there. If anybody has prepared testimony, a huge pet peeve of mine is the distribution of written testimony while somebody's testifying. It's like a huge pet peeve. So if you have written testimony, do me a solid. Give it to Representative Ankenberg at the beginning of the bill hearing, and we will distribute it out. And that way, because I find it very disrespectful when people are doing this one, right, while somebody's talking. You're here. We'll keep the focus on you. So just an FYI, that's how I like it, and I'm sticking to that.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you for giving me your time today. I want to address this issue. I oppose this bill for a variety of reasons. First of all, lack of jurisdiction. The state constitution is very clear. It was amended in 1942 specifically to provide for absentee voting. And within that provision, it provides the two constitutional exemptions. The last time I checked, this body has never been granted the ability to create a constitutional right to an absentee ballot. It's a big deal. It's in the Supreme Court now. And to quote Chief Justice Gordon MacDonald on the 29th of November, when questioning the state's attorney, he asked the state's attorney, permissible legislative judgment. Please explain to me what that means, because I don't understand. How is it permissible for the legislature to exercise permissible legislative judgment when it exceeds the authority of the Constitution? He was spot on. What's happened recently, just so that this committee is aware, the state on that same day, the state Supreme Court cited Moore v. Harper. Moore v. Harper is the redistricting fight that's now settled. So it's now settled in this state by that federal Supreme Court decision. Within that body, it specifically spells out what I'm saying to you. This body is specifically limited by your authority granted in the Constitution. Now, we have a bigger problem with absentee ballots I'd like to bring to your attention. What I handed out to the committee is starting with Article 11, the Bill of Rights, the private rights of the people. Within that scope is the mandate for this body to create the necessary statutes and rules and regulations to conduct your elections. But remember, whenever this body acts, it acts with federal oversight as well, because you're in concurrent jurisdiction. Article 1, Section 2 says that the people of the several states shall elect their federal representatives. In Article 1, Section 4, which is what Moore v. Harper is all about, addresses that issue in great detail. So here's what I want to bring to your attention, what we don't have happening right now. Who knows what an affidavit is? You're an attorney, right? An affidavit, just for the record, is a legal instrument sworn before a public official authorized by law to do so. We currently have, and have had since absentee voting was created in 1942, a notary certificate requirement. And that currently exists in statute 659:30, which says, and I will quote it, and this is in the challenge voter section. And by the way, you can't challenge it if it isn't properly notarized. Affidavit. The affidavit of a challenge voter or asserting a challenge form, a qualified voter affidavit, we all know the QVA, or any other affidavit required by election statutes. It has to be sworn before an official authorized by law. They give you 5 people to do it in front of a notary, a JP, the moderator, the selectman, and the clerk. Those are all the prerequisites for that issue. And it's not happening. So when you get to step B, when the moderator checks the absentee ballots, we have a huge problem. Step B. Step B says that he shall
Mr.
make
Chair,
sure the
I have
affidavit.
to pause you there.
Go ahead.
We have to keep testimony relative to the bill.
Sure.
And I understand the argument you're probably going to make about this is all absentee ballots, it's all connected. I don't want this to turn into something that's
Understood.
off the bill. So you got to stay focused on HB 119, 1119. I'm sorry to do that to you, but
That's all right. So
we've had
I'll-
a flurry of cards come in, so I'm at the brink of creating a time rule for this bill. So
No problem. So the real issue is this. If the state constitution authorizes this committee to write rules and regulations for, one, that you are physically disabled, and by the way, when this first went into effect, you had to have a notary certificate from your doctor. So this committee, what I'm saying to you is well intended as dealing with the snow. What did they do in 1784? They got to the polls on a horseback. Okay, so let's put that in context. And you must look at the state constitution. The courts are very clear, both state and federal. You have to look at the state constitution and the federal constitution as they were written at the time they were written, not in the modern era. Thank you. Any questions?
thank you. Yes. Any questions from the committee? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Linda Calloway from New Durham.
Morning. Thank you for your time. I'm here as a town moderator representing myself, not necessarily the town. First of all, I want to say I am totally in favor of this bill. I think making sure that people have the right to vote in spite of especially weather conditions that are unexpected is definitely necessary. I did want to bring up the fact that there are some unexpected consequences which can happen because of this. Our town had, we held our election during the, the date it was prepared, and we had no option to cancel it. Our school would only let us use the gym for that day, and we have no other building in our town which would be able to handle the elections. So we went ahead. We had good. The fire department was going to pull their truck around the back in case we lost electricity. So we had power. The police and the fire were willing to, get all our poll workers coming in. We stripped down as much as we could, but again, we were in very bad conditions, and as a result of the totally proper, we had more than 50 people come in the day before so that they were able to do the absentee ballots. We put it out on Facebook. Everyone come in on Monday before it starts so that we got as many votes as necessary or as we could. We still had a turnout of over 300 people in the snow, which was pretty amazing. But the thing we had to remember is when we put in for our ballots, we say we want this many absentee ballots, this many same-day ballots, okay? In the statute, if during an election you run out of same-day ballots, you can go ahead and use absentee ballots, and just the clerk can, cross off the absentee. What we do not have is the opportunity in an emergency situation like this to just use same-day ballots for absentee ballots. In order for us to do that, we have to make copies of those, which, as you know, will not go through an AccuVote machine. So as a result of this, we had more than 50 extra absentee ballots with a pared-down staff in an emergency. We got an incredible amount of snow. And so it meant that our poll workers were there an extra hour, hour and a half dealing with those. I have some great pictures of us going through the snow, getting the stuff back into our cars to get to the town hall at the end of the night. And it worked. But the issue was, if we can use absentee ballots for same-day ballots, there should be something that says, especially in an unforeseen emergency, we should be able to do the same. So some towns get around this by saying they put in extra, they order extra absentee ballots versus same-day ballots, so they can do that, which I don't understand. That's some kind of accounting thing that now you're skewing the numbers as to how many absentee versus whatever. So basically, I just wanted to let you know, I totally agree we should have this. But a simple thing of allowing that same-day ballots can be used in the space of absentees if you run out, especially in emergency. And all it would take is one extra line on the moderator's worksheet to say, and right now we have absentees used as same-day ballots. You could have same-day ballots used as absentee. I know everyone's cringing about another line, but this is simply an accounting error. Now, a couple things may happen. With the new, I don't know how many people are still going to be using the AccuVotes after this year. I know that, we're anticipating new machines coming out, which may not make any difference in what type of paper is being used. But for those towns that may not do that, if we have an emergency like that, I think that you need to anticipate that there could be unforeseen consequences and hazardous conditions which would impact the safety of the poll workers in such a thing. Everyone worked out great. Everyone came together, but we were there for like an extra hour and a half at the end of the night trying to get everything done. And, I had an extra foot in my driveway by the time I got home. Luckily, someone helped me get down my driveway. So, anyway, that's all I have to say. But I wholly support getting the absentees more expanded usage. If anyone has any questions.
Questions from the committee?
Say no.
Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just so you know, the reason I was cringing is not on their comment was because of the folds. I was having a folds flashback. Next up is Al Brandano. Did I do well? Did I get it right this time? I always go back and forth.
Thank you.
All right, nailed it.
Thank you for having me. My name is Al Brandano. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire, and I'm speaking and opposed to this bill. I'm against this bill for really virtually 4 reasons. One, it's repugnant to the Constitution, as you've heard Mr. Richards, a constitutional scholar here in New Hampshire, just speak to. Second, the lack of the affidavit executed by a public official, which has always been required, and unfortunately has been taken off, I think maybe by mistake, on the absentee voter envelope. I think when they added all the pieces, the new things that they have added, they knocked that part off. So something to think about or look at. 3, you're awarding privileges to people that this special award is not fair and equal treatment. If someone can say, I'm not going to show up today because of the weather, and the weather doesn't occur, it's a whole problem with weather. I mean, it's almost making this a joke. We can come for anything. You can check anything on the absentee ballot now and just come and show up or not show up. So special privileges are being awarded here. And 4th, the moderator already has the ability to stop an election or postpone an election. There's no need for this. It's already within the RSAs. It's already within the power of the moderator, who really controls the elections. Thank you.
Question from the committee, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware that on line 28 of this bill, which remains unchanged in the RSAs, happens before the line where you would check, I would otherwise vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety traveling in the storm. On line 28 of this bill, it says, for use only on the Monday immediately prior to the election. I cannot appear at my polling place on election day because the National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning, blizzard warning, or ice storm warning for election day, applicable to my city, town, or unincorporated place. Are you aware that that restricts the use of this check line to only when the National Weather Service has issued a specific kind of warning, thereby rendering this very limited acceptability for absentee ballots? Are you aware?
I have read it, and the part that I have to challenge with you is where in the Constitution does it make any exceptions for weather? It doesn't. So making it limited doesn't make it right.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Tina Guilford, from Derry. Sorry, throw that at you.
Good morning, committee. My name is Tina Guilford. I'm the Derry Town Clerk. This bill, 657:4, creates the form for applying for an absentee ballot. It uses references from RSA 657:1, which is where the rules are. 657:1 Part 2 is when the National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning, blizzard warning, or ice storm warning for Election Day applicable to the city, town, or unincorporated place. It then gives you two choices in the statute of RSA 657:1. A person who otherwise would have voted in person but has concerns for his or her safety traveling in the storm shall be considered absent for purposes of this chapter and may vote absentee on the day immediately prior to the election. Or B, a person who cares for children or infirm adults who reasonably anticipates that school, childcare, or adult care will be canceled, who would otherwise have voted in person but will be deterred from voting by the need to care for children or infirm adults, shall be considered absent for the purposes of this chapter and may vote absentee on the day immediately prior to the election. That's why there were two choices on the form. However, at some point in time, that I am elderly or infirm or I have a physical disability was added. But that's not in 657:1 and has caused a lot of confusion in our town in March. Forms should match the statute. So that is why this needs to be fixed. The other part of this bill allows for the clerk to stay open in the case of a winter storm warning past 5 p.m. And that's because, as you can see on page 3, line 21, it says as required by RSA 652:20. That RSA requires, whenever the election laws require a filing with or an action by the official, such filing or action shall be performed before 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the stipulated day. So we would need permission in order to stay open later. And that's what this would give. And for us in Derry, a lot of those people, there was no snow falling on Monday. The flakes didn't start till about 4 a.m. the next day. But the time to reschedule the election is hard at 6 p.m. And we never know which way the storms are going to go. They told us that they expected somewhere between 5 to 8 inches total over the course of the day. We got 16 inches over the course of the day. So sometimes the winter storms are not correct. Sometimes they say there's snow coming and then no snow comes. So it's really, really hard. However, we need the form to match the statute. And that's all. And if there are any questions.
Representative Howard?
So on page 2, line 3, we are striking out the anticipation that people would need to care for their children or infirm adults. Do you think that section should remain in statute?
Well, the section is in statute because that's 657:1. When I spoke to Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, my thoughts were to just strike the words in line 1, I am elderly or infirm and I have a physical disability.
Okay.
Because
thank you.
that would match the statute in 657:1.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Further questions? Representative Bohm?
Do you think, thank you, Chairman, thank you for taking the question. Do you think the weather, and I believe in Derry, you did hold the election that day. Do you think that the weather affected the outcome of your election?
Do I think it affected the outcome? No. Very sadly, we have very low turnout in our local elections. We have 19,000 voters, and we normally get around 1,800 voters. We got about 1,000 voters. 300 of them voted on absentee, and most of those were the day before. I don't know that it changed the outcome at all, but
No follow? Oh, no, that's it. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much. Liz Tantarelli, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters. And last year, when March town meeting occurred on a blizzard day, I eagerly, the few days before, started alerting voters to this. We used our Facebook page. I boosted posts to explain the possibility of the early absentee voting. And I kept saying, if a winter storm warning is posted, and then I updated it when that winter storm warning was posted. It's always interesting when you boost something on Facebook to see what kind of responses you get. And the one that I was most interested in is somebody who said, yeah, but you have to be really, really old to get this to apply to you. I thought, what's with people who think that the only people who are endangered by trying to drive out in the snow are really, really old people? Now, I don't like to drive out in the snow, and I may be really, really old, but that's not the point. It could be just as dangerous for a perfectly hardy, healthy young person to try to walk the 2 miles to the polls that they might otherwise be able to do, but their car doesn't like snow. You can be in as much danger at age 25 as someone of my age. So I think getting rid of the elderly infirm thing in here is very necessary. And I got really tired that year of arguing with people on Facebook that, look, if you think it's too dangerous for you to get to the polls, you still have a right to vote. Go do it the night before. That's what we're trying to get to that basic right. So I urge support of this bill. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Daniel Healy.
Hi, Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, representing the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. I'm going to be brief. We are in support of this bill. I think these are some good changes that make it so more people can utilize the absentee ballot prior to the election when there's going to be a storm. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien represents Derry. I'm a resident there. And the issue that the Derry Town Clerk mentioned with last year's storm was challenging for some voters. And at the time, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien stated that she would be proposing a change. And I think this is a good change to not disenfranchise some voters that may not meet these first two qualifications. So I'd be open to any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Last up is Olivia Zink.
Good morning. I'm Olivia Zink, Executive Director for Open Democracy. I just want to quickly, briefly mention that Senate Bill 535, which is going to the Senate floor, strikes the word "I am elderly and or physically disabled," exactly what Tina had requested. If the Senate passes this on Thursday, you might want to think about this version and not pass this version or retain this version or re-refer it because last year 2 different versions passed and we lost both of them in committee of conference. So I'm just letting you all know that Senate Bill 535 is a very similar bill. I really want to thank the prime sponsor, Kathleen Prudo-Bromryan, for this bill. I think it's very important, but I just wanted to also just let you know that another version very similar passed the Senate, and you might want to just take a look at that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. That's Representative Ackerberg, can you grab me the blue sheet? I keep forgetting. I always forget to grab the blue sheet. I'm like the opposite of all the other committee chairs. They remember the blue sheet, forget the online. I remember the online, forget the blue sheet. All right, is it blank? Oh, it's the first one that's not blank. All right, so look at that. Very serendipitous.
You can't reuse them?
I got all these bad boys.
Yeah. Okay, testified 1, 2. Okay, there were 2 people signed up in person who did not testify. They were in favor of the bill online. It was 82 support, 4 opposed, and no neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 119. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1133. I'm going to hand the gavel to Vice Chairman Bohm so that I may introduce the bill 1133. Okay. Ralph, you gotta hit the button, bro.
And I open the hearing on 1133 and recognize Representative Berry for testimony.
Okay, thank you. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent Hillsborough 39, Manchester's Ward 6, 8, and 9, the South End. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1133. What this does is it allows UOCAVA voters to email their absentee ballot back in. So we currently email it to them, then they print it off, and they have to mail it back to us. I would like to see some amendments to the bill. We can go over that in executive session. But my intention here is to allow members of the military and their spouses and their dependents to be able to send their ballots back in the same way in which they receive them. There are some situations where it is not practical for a member of the military to print out and mail their ballot back in. The most obvious one is if you're working on a submarine, really hard to get postal service underwater. So there are examples of when this would impact a military voters' ability to send their ballot back in. I would like to see some curtailing of the bill. I want it to apply specifically to members of the military and their spouses and dependents. I don't want to open up the world to mailing in absentee ballots, but I do think it's appropriate if you're overseas serving our country or you're supporting your spouse who's serving our country that you be able to send that ballot back in quickly. The other thing that we'll need to address is it says via email is authorized by the Secretary of State. In my kind of exploration of this bill, one of the things I looked at was using an official DOJ email, right? So we know it's coming from the actual person that it was emailed to. The other thing that we could obviously do is make it have to come from the same email that we sent it to. So there's some work we need to do on the bill, but I appreciate and support the bill in concept. I think it went through like 2 or 3 revisions before I finally just told OLS, ship it and we'll fix it. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Representative Pike?
I think you addressed my question, but I was going to ask you about any concerns with using email.
Yeah.
So do you want to elaborate on that a little more, or do you want to wait until in session?
No, my concern is pretty much as I stated, right? Which is we have to be very careful with this. We don't want to open it up towards, everybody's emailing their ballot back in across the state. I'm a big fan of paper ballots. I've said that several times. However, members of the military are different. They are treated differently. They are treated differently by the law. And I'll once again, I go back to the submarine example, right? If you are underwater for 45 days in a submarine, which is very possible, you literally cannot get your ballot. You literally cannot mail it back. It is actually physically impossible unless you're going to give it to a dolphin. So, those sort of situations I think we can address, but the committee will need to be very careful in how we handle this. But I do think it's a good idea.
Thank you. My father was in the Navy, and sometimes he would call ship to shore radio, and I would talk to him. He was never on a submarine, so I don't know how that works exactly. Is there email?
I think that there is. You need
capabilities?
to ask somebody who's in the military. I am not. I believe that they can get email, but I could be wrong.
So I think we're already doing something to help. I think that I'm looking forward to hearing from the Secretary of State on this.
Yeah, they can get the email. They just, because our current law requires, so we email it to them currently. We currently do that. What happens is they print it out, they fill it out, and then they mail it back. That's the problem. Where they can't mail, and there are situations where they cannot mail it back in time.
Any other questions? Representative Waring?
So, would you alter the requirement to, print it out and scan it back in, or would you,
That's what this bill does. It alters the requirement to print it out and scan it back in, and allows them to send it back in electronically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would have them fill out a fillable flat file, or?
Yeah, we'll have to work on it, right? I think that's an
Okay.
that's an exec question. I do not believe the bill is complete as written. Certainly doesn't address all of my concerns, but I think it's a subject worth talking about in the committee.
Yes. Just as a curiosity, were you aware that, government agencies such as the Food and Drug Administration take such forms like that as a flat file, a fillable form, and so for registering products and things like that.
Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. I definitely have used this. I use this in my childcare setting, right? I have a PDF that I send the parent, and they can just go through and fill everything out in, and they can check a little checkbox or not check a checkbox, right? There's definitely ways that we can explore how to do it. We're gonna have to have that conversation, but there's definitely ways to do it, I believe.
One more, if please.
Follow up.
Yeah, so, and there are also a lot of laws, requirements, and technologies around the concept of a digital signature or an electronic signature. So those would also apply in this case?
Once again, we'll have to sort all that out in exec. Because right now it says via email is authorized by the Secretary of State, which is very broad. And as you know, I'm a big fan of curtailing broad statements. So definitely a conversation worth having.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thank you to the sponsor, Representative Berry, for allowing me to co-sponsor this bill. Supporting our military is a bipartisan issue, and I do believe that is the intent of this bill, and so I'm grateful for that. I understand your concerns in wanting to make some amendments, and I'm just wondering if you might consider working together on amendments to make sure that this bill remains a bipartisan bill and that we can address the issues that you have seen and bring back something that can still remain a bipartisan bill.
Of course, I'm always willing to work with everyone.
Thank you.
I'm known for that. That's why I'd be a great governor.
Seeing
I
no
appreciate
more-
your support.
Okay, seeing no more questions, and we have quite a few people who want to speak. And Representative Barrett, could you please fill out a pink card? I thought that would get loud. Next is Secretary of State David Scanlon.
Secretary of State. And I just want to offer some information on this particular bill because I do have significant concerns both in terms of the privacy of the ballot and the security of the transmission of the ballot. I will preface my remarks by saying that there is no group out there that I would like to be able to serve more than our servicemen that want to vote using the UOCAVA ballots. We have a similar situation with individuals with sight disabilities. And our office has been involved in litigation related to how ballots are delivered and received from that group of individuals. And we have settled that with an agreement that we would provide the ability to email the ballots to individuals with sight disabilities. And we develop a program that individual can use on their home computer where they can mark their ballot, but they have to print it off and then mail it back to us. Part of that discussion was, well, can't they just email it back? And the settlement in that litigation was that we would continue to monitor the technology that's available to allow that to happen, to make sure the ballots remain private and secure from hacking and things like that. And we've engaged an expert in the field, Harry Hursty, who some of you may have heard of, but he is a former hacker. I hope he's still not a hacker, but turned consultant. And we've utilized him in the past to great advantage, and we trust his judgment. I will try and make available to the committee the latest report that he has issued on this subject because, part of the deal is that we get regular updates on the status of technology to make this happen. So that's where we stand with that. In terms of the bill specifically, there's a lot in here that needs to be resolved. It gives the broad authority to make this process happen with receiving ballots by email. I would want to come up with a process that is transparent up front so that everybody knows how those ballots are going to be handled. I would want to see them handled to the least degree possible with as few possible individuals seeing those ballots so that we can maintain the privacy of them. I'm not quite sure how that would work at the moment, but that would be a great concern. And then the other part of this is the technology that we would use to receive these ballots and properly treat them. It may be appropriate to study this, and I'd be happy to participate in a study committee and bring in the experts that we're using to help further this discussion. But that's kind of where we're at the moment. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other states that treat UOCAVA ballots in the way that this bill proposes, with submitting that completed ballot via email or secure Dropbox or something of the like?
I'm aware that other states do have programs. I'm not familiar with how they work, but I see that Warren Perry is here and he may be able to offer some more information in that regard. We'd certainly be happy to look at and see how other states are dealing with this.
Follow up, please. Would it be your advice that if we are to amend this bill, that perhaps that the effective date would provide you a little bit of time to figure out how other states are doing it, to make sure that Granite State military service members have the same opportunity that is available to them in other states?
Certainly delaying it would give us, more time to come up with a plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Would it be necessary in the bill to go through all the technology and all the details of all that? Or is that something that might be best left to your office or someone else? Because, we write it and probably 18 months after we write it, it's going to be, out of date.
We're rapidly
Yeah.
advancing the technology that we have in the department. We don't have the expertise to really look at the technological components, and so we have to rely on other sources for that. First instance is we look at the standards that the Federal Election Assistance Commission is setting for the different types of technology that's out there, and then we look to certified national laboratories, that can look at the inner workings of computer code and technology to, give the approval on whether it's actually working or not. This case would be no different.
Follow up.
Just make sure that I understood. So we don't have to lay out the very detailed technological pieces in DOGA and all that in the statute. We just need to make sure that the correct standards are perhaps referenced or something like that.
It would be helpful to recognize, whichever agency sets the standards for this. I think the part that we would be most concerned about is what is the process going to be for receiving,
Right.
the return ballots. How are we going to, get that information to the cities and towns? How is it going to be dealt with at the local level? And those are all unanswered questions at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pruno O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Have you ever heard from someone who said, I wanted to vote, but I was on a sub for more than 45 days and I was unable to do so?
I'm not recalling a conversation like that, but that's not to say that it hasn't happened.
Follow up.
Do you know of other states doing something similar to this, specifically to help military members overseas?
I am aware that other states.
And what are they doing?
Yes, I couldn't tell you which ones, but as I mentioned, Warren Perry is here, and he may be able to answer that question.
And he's next. Representative Ware, we've got limited questions here.
So if in the bill, we simply limited the attributes to secure transmission and authentication of the individual submitting the vote, would that be sufficient or give you sufficient leeway to institute the technologies appropriate to fulfill those characteristics?
If you want to implement this sooner rather than later, then I think you would have to give broad discretion to the Secretary of State to handle this. And if you're asking me how I would handle it, I would want to have a limited, secure transmission, probably to one, receiving point in this country, because these ballots would be coming from all over the world. And then we would have to figure out a way to disseminate, from the Secretary of State's office, how do we get that information to the polling places so that those ballots can be counted on the day of the election. I think it's going to take some thought to figure that out, but I think that would be the quickest way to get this up and running.
Follow up, last one.
So would you be comfortable with the Secretary of State's office being responsible for the authentication of the voter.
I think we could do that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions. Thank you for your testimony, and we'll be
Thank
working.
you.
Next on the list is, who you mentioned, is Warren Perry of the Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I didn't know that the secretary was going to throw me under the bus this morning, so I'm happy to be here. But Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for New Hampshire's Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. In that role, we are responsible for the administration of the National Guard, both the Army and the Air, the Division of Veteran Services, the Veteran Cemetery, and the Division of Community-Based Military Programs. The department supports the bill. I don't need to say more than that. I think anything we can do to make it easier for our military members who are not in country for whatever reason to vote, the better off we are. I mean, it's just that simple. To address the questions that were asked, unfortunately, I don't know which other states have these kind of bills or these kind of processes, but I'm sure that the other ones do, and they manage it appropriately to get this done. But it is important, having been overseas as a family member when my dad was stationed overseas, or as an Army officer. Whether I was in Saudi Arabia or Germany or wherever it is, the ability to vote is probably one of the most important things that we can do, whether you're in the service or not. So I would say that. I will tell you that people are in places where they don't have access to printers. On Christmas Day in 2008, I flew in a helicopter out to the marshes in Iraq to deliver Christmas cheer, and those folks just didn't have printers. But they did have access occasionally to email so that they could get that done, and they can do that. I'm sure, with all the technology we have in submarines, I guarantee that they can get an email every now and then. I'm pretty sure. So subject to any questions you might have, I'll just end my statement.
Okay, any questions? Good. Thank you. And question, could you get us information as to what other states are doing?
I can work through that. I mean, generally we don't deal too much in that, but we'll take a look, and I'll do my best to get what I can work through the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
I'll return the favor to the Secretary.
Okay, thank you. Next person, and let's try to keep things short and keep the questions limited, and I will limit questions, is Kathy Holmes. Right.
Kathy Holmes from Chichester. I am the campaign manager of your friend, Representative Clayton Wood, but I'm speaking for myself. So I remember the 2020 election when President Clinton was the one, and the lead up to that, the military bases, places of voting, they were shut down so that they would have to use that APO address that all goes to Florida. And that was the choke point. All these military ballots waiting there in Florida to be counted. Also, the mail on the ships at sea, submarines or ships, that was not being picked up. Their ballots were there waiting to be picked up. They were never picked up until after the election. And when that time passed, they were checking for dented chads, which was a form of ballot stuffing. The military ballots were sitting there not being counted. So, I'm in support of this bill, in case you couldn't figure it out. Questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Next is Liz Tantarelli.
Hi, Liz Tantarelli from Newbury, speaking personally as the mother of a son who has worked for the Federal Department of Justice for almost 20 years. And I'm in support of this bill. My son served a year in Iraq, a year in Afghanistan, and almost a year in Yemen just before everything fell apart in Yemen and they had to evacuate everyone. So as Department of Justice, he is not military, but he does have the same issues of voting When he was in Yemen, they received courier mail only every 3 weeks. He wanted to vote, but at the time when the ballot would have been sent out, it didn't tie in with that 3-week cycle. So I support the bill, but I hope somebody can tell Representative Berry that he should not limit it just to the military. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brennan?
Thank you.
Oh,
I
excuse me.
agree. I look forward to working on the amendment with Representative Berry. Are you aware that there are 31 states, including and Washington, D.C. and the Virgin Islands, that allow Uocava voters to return voted absentee mail ballots by fax, and 25 states plus Washington, D.C. and the Virgin Islands allow Uocava voters to return a voted absentee mail ballot by email, and 10 states allow Uocava voters to return a voted absentee mail ballot through an online portal. Are you aware of that?
Thank you for the question. No, I'm not aware of it, but I'm very pleased to hear that and think that New Hampshire should join the rest of the world.
Great.
Thank
you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is Paul Lloyd of the State Veterans Advisory Committee.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Paul Lloyd. I'm the chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. Our committee is in full support of this bill. We want to thank the sponsor for changing the language to include the the family members as well. Again, we are in support of this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Good. Thank you. Next is Liz Tachibucci or Ichibucci, or I can't tell the first letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Liz Yacobucci. I'm actually from Amesbury, Massachusetts, but I'm here today on behalf of Common Cause and our more than 8,500 members here in the Granite State. I'm actually appearing in opposition to this bill, and let me give you some background on why. New Hampshire to date has not joined all of the other states that have implemented some kind of electronic ballot return. I'm very happy that New Hampshire has not joined the bandwagon because it is not something that technically can be done safely right now. I will get to you this afternoon. I will get to you a bulletin, a security bulletin issued by 4 federal agencies that says that even with all of the possible mitigations, electronic ballot return is high risk. You're risking the voters' personal information. You're risking that the ballots could be changed in transit. And there's no way to actually guarantee that what is sent from wherever it's sent from is what is received. I'd like to give you some background on how all of these other states came to be allowing all of this. Between 2000 and 2010, the Department of Defense was trying to create a system that would allow for the secure electronic return of ballots. They could not do that. They could not do that successfully. So during the time that they were working on it, lots of states passed laws allowing for electronic ballot return, and they haven't rescinded them yet. Despite the fact that the DoD said we can't do this safely, they have not rescinded the laws yet. I am going to get you the federal agency risk assessment later today. I will also get you some testimony from one of our partner organizations. There are ways, we are very aware of the obstacles that people overseas, particularly the military, we are aware of the obstacles that people face returning their ballots. But there are programs through the Federal Voter Assistance Program, through the EAC, there are programs that can help them that do not risk the security or privacy of the ballot. When I talk about the security of the ballot, I just want you to keep in the back of your mind, what happens if electronic ballots, the number of electronic ballots that cannot be verified, they cannot be audited, they are not secure, they're not certain. What happens if that number exceeds the margin of victory in a race here in the Granite State? If you have thousands of questionable ballots, you've got about 15,000 Uocava and military voters right now. If you have 15,000 ballots that are returned electronically and you are not sure if those are the same ballots that were sent, How do you defend an election? I'm happy to take questions. I know I know a whole lot about this issue.
Are there any questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you. You mentioned an organization, EAC, is that what?
I'm sorry.
What
it's-
is that?
It's the U.S. Election Assistance Commission,
Okay, thank you.
and they have looked at this issue.
Okay, thank you. Next is Kate Hogan. Hogan, from Secure Democracy.
Good morning, Chairman Bohm and members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan
Got
from
it
Secure.
right the second time.
You were very close the first time, sir. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on behalf of Secure Democracy. I just wanted to let the committee know I did send all of you an email. NCSL does have a list of all of the states that I believe Representative Brennan was looking at that lists all the states that and how they do electronic ballot return. About 27 states allow it via email currently. The rest offer a combination of fax and or portal. This, I want to make clear, does not require a service member to return their ballot electronically. It is an option that they have. So if they know they're returning their ballot electronically, they also know that their privacy on that ballot is likely to be reduced. That is a choice that they are making. So I think we want to keep that in mind. Also, we want to make sure that New Hampshire service members and dependents are able to have their votes counted. Right now, if they don't meet the window for mail by 5 o'clock on election day, their votes aren't counted at all. And these folks are probably some of the most important folks who should have that option to vote. And I want to make sure this is not an expansive bill. This is not open it to everyone. It is a very specific group. One other thing I did want to address is I know there's a lot of talk about submarines. That's not the only option or potential conflict. A lot of service members right now, especially, are in active hostile fire situations and mail is not regular. So they can't guarantee that they will get their ballots, let alone be able to return them in the amount of time that they have. I'm happy to take any questions and happy to assist in any way.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, two more. Okay, I call David Haley. Daniel Healy, I'm sorry. Needed my glasses.
Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. We don't have a stance on this bill. I'm just here to offer some testimony. Everything that Secretary of State Scanlon has said, that's kind of our committee's thoughts on this bill too. We have some concerns with how the voters, how these Uocava voters are going to get their ballots back to us. Which email will they send it to? I don't want it just going, so say someone in my office sent them the request form, just going to anyone in the office. So I think maybe funneled through the Secretary of State or another email might be a good idea. Currently now when we get absentee requests through email, sometimes they use their phone and they take a picture and it's way over here and you get all this other stuff in the background. I'm concerned about that with the ballot being emailed back. So those are our main issues. Just the quality of the ballot we're going to get back is, going to be in focus. We're going to be able to read it. We're concerned about the privacy of the voter, but again, they would be waiving that option to privacy. If I get an email on my computer with the attachment, I'm going to be seeing how they vote as much as I'm trying not to. So we just have some concerns, but we do think it is, there's some good intent to this bill and it's a step in the right direction, but we do think it needs some work and some of those points have been mentioned earlier. So I'd be open to any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Our last person, Linda Calloway.
Thank you for your time. Really quick. I am a veteran. I served overseas a long time ago. But I was also a federal employee overseas for a couple decades. And I totally support what you're doing for the military. But you have to realize there are federal employees and a lot of other people who are overseas who are in just as much danger and just as bad conditions who deserve the same consideration. I'll give you an example. I was overseas during the anthrax, and all of the mail was shut down to all of the embassies, the APOs, and everything. The only way to get mail back was to know somebody who happened to be coming back to the States so they could drop a letter in the mailbox for you. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that with what's going on overseas. There are several embassies under ordered departure. I served overseas and for at least 6 years of which it was ordered departure. Very little access to mail, so it is not as easy as people are saying. I was not in a submarine, but I felt like I was in a submarine. So thank you. Please just make sure you take care of other people who are serving our country in other ways other than the military. Thank you.
Thank
Yes?
you.
Oh,
Representative
sorry.
Brennan?
Thank you. The other federal employees that are serving overseas, do you know if they are covered under UOCAVA? Are they considered UOCAVA voters?
They should be. Some of them are federal only voters, so they may only, go in federal election type things that they vote on. The embassy is a good place for people to go through and get it. When I was at an embassy, I had access to the State Department email, and there are other government systems that can, at least filter some of these. I understand the concern about everybody, but if you're looking at this and you're looking at military, there are ways that the U.S. government can help facilitate the people who are serving overseas to do it more securely, perhaps, than just, sending it over a regular email.
Follow up, please. When someone is serving overseas, whether it is in the military or in, another role, stationed at an embassy,
There's-
whatever it may be,
There's DEA, FBI, DOJ,
Right.
all of those people are over there.
do those folks also maintain the right to vote as American citizens, no
Yes.
matter where they are stationed?
Yes, I was overseas for 16 years, and I got to vote as a New Hampshire resident the whole time. My ballot didn't get to me once. I don't know what happened to it. It showed up 2 years later when I was in my next country over. How it found me, I have no idea. But yes, we do have the right to do it. If you are typically, you can get your mail sent to the embassy and you can pick it up there if it's not to a regular address. So,
Thank
yes,
you.
I retain my right to vote, and that's why I became a moderator here. You guys made sure I could vote no matter where I was, and I think we should make it easier for them, but keep it secure. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, what's the online?
17 support and 21, sorry. Signed in online are 17 in support, 21 opposed, and 0 people who are neutral, and everyone on the blue sheet testified.
Everyone on the blue sheet spoke, so 0. Okay, with that, I'm closing the hearing at 11:33 and turning it back to Chairman Rossberry.
Okay, did you guys miss me? You don't have to lie. You don't have to lie. You don't have to lie. Okay, we're gonna open up the public hearing on 1239 relative to reporting by political committees. Are you introducing this bill? Are you introducing this bill? Okay, and we'll recognize Representative Howard for the purpose of introduction of the bill, and we'll indulge him in the amendment as well. Do we have pink cards for this one yet? No, not just you, but just in general. We might make lunch. We'll see.
All right.
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
No.
That was. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I regretted it the moment it came out of my mouth. I apologize.
Alrighty, thank you so much for having me today. Representative Heath Howard, representing the towns of Stratford and Barrington. So HB 1239 had a drafting error that is fixed by the amendment 0304H. I'll give you all a minute to read that. But essentially, the bill is intended to require candidates to submit financial reports or attest to not spending more than $1,000 in expenditures in a given reporting period. This is important because in the 2022 election, 418 out of 893 state representative candidates did not file, and we did not know if they didn't reach the $1,000 threshold or if they just didn't file at all, whether they didn't know or refused to. This would give the Attorney General a more refined list of candidates to examine for potential violation and provides a legal acknowledgement of the candidate's responsibility to report financial information to the state. That pretty much kind of covers everything and the purpose of the bill, and I'm open to any questions.
All right, questions from the committee? Oh, yeah, see, there's no way you get away with that. All right, Representative Lane.
I guess, are you aware that we looked at a lot of this over the summer in
Yes.
the omnibus campaign finance?
Yes.
So, so the question, so may I follow up?
Yes, but let's avoid the word omnibus because I just wrote a committee report
That said we can't.
decrying an omnibus bill. So
Okay.
decrying.
It was a comprehensive.
There we go.
How's that? Anyway, and I think this might have come up. So would you be willing to work with us on the, because it might be nicer to fold that in? Or
Yeah.
did you want it to stand alone?
This was actually more of a safety net
Okay.
to kind of provide us a route forward if the subcommittee couldn't come to
Okay.
an agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Weary?
A question about inflation. It's pretty easy to spend $1,000 for signs and door hangings. Would you be open to upping the amount from 1,000 to 2,000 or something like that?
Not necessarily, because I mean, even still, it's this is something that I think that we may want to discuss as a committee, and my personal opinion is that it should stay at 1,000.
Sounds like Representative Weary will be joining the working group on campaign finance. Thank you for your service, Representative Weary. Further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Howard. Only one person signed up left to speak, Olivia Zink.
Olivia Zink, Executive Director for Open Democracy, and I'm a voter in Franklin, New Hampshire. We oppose the bill but support the amendment. So I know that's a very strange position to take, but I think it's just because of the drafting error. I want to just talk about transparency. I think it's really important for voters to know who's the transparency. Voters need to know who's spending money. When we looked at the 2022 campaign finance data, 9 out of the 65 candidates for state senate didn't file campaign finance reports. I don't know why. Did they not, running for senate, spend $1,000? Or did they just not file? We don't know. But if you required them to at least say, I didn't meet the threshold, or I had no activity, then you at least know that they're under that threshold. Versus the candidates that don't file. But there's often times where candidates might file the June report, but miss the next report and then file the next report. And I was told, well, they probably just didn't meet the threshold that period. But I think that they still need to sort of check no activity during that period. And I think that this just gives a needed transparency in knowing who's filing reports. Even candidates for executive council last time didn't file reports. And then I saw that they filed them like 9 months after the election. So, so they actually needed to file reports, but they just chose not to file them till 9 months after. So I do think that this checkbox would be helpful in just providing that sort of real-time transparency, but also help with enforcement, so you know which candidates have aren't complying with the law and filing reports. Happy to take any questions.
All right, Representative Bohm, you're up.
Thank you. So does this mean out of the probably 8 of my 11 elections that I never had any money given to me, I would still have to fill out a form?
Or you could just go on the online system and check a box that says, I didn't, file.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Can you clarify to me, because as you said, there you can file and by just checking that there were no activities for that period. How how this will help that out?
So I think no activity is different than I didn't meet the threshold.
Mm.
So that's sort of two different things. So you might have gotten $1,000 in June, spent it, but then between June and August, you might not have met that threshold. So that's a no activity versus I didn't exceed the $1,000 from the start. So if you're somebody who didn't exceed the $1,000, you file a June report that says I didn't exceed. You file the August report, I didn't exceed, and then all of a sudden in September you have more than that and you filed. It's sort of once you filed, you're supposed to continue to file. That's my understanding of the law.
Follow up?
So is this bill just add another place to check?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we will make lunch. There's no one else signed up to speak in person that I'm aware of, listed on pink cards. Can somebody pass me the blue sheet? Online, we had 5 in favor, 1 opposed. I did read the comment for 1 opposed. I don't think they were referring to this bill, but you know, they did file in against it, but their comment is unrelated. At least that's how I interpret it. So, but anyways, 5-1. And we get the blue sheet, and then we get to go to lunch. Does anybody know what the specials are in the cafeteria?
What was the comment?
5. Oh, it was I'm opposed to repealing RSA 664-6, which is not what the bill does. There's no one signed up on the blue sheet. So with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1239, and I will see you guys at 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock. We're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1369 relative to the verification of voter rolls every 4 years. Going to go ahead and recognize our own Representative Weary to introduce the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary, and I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough County's 13th District, which is the 10th largest population center in New Hampshire, the great town of Hudson. Just as a matter of the rationale for why introducing this bill, current law under 65438 and 65439 specifies a verification of checklists, with the latter requiring mandatory verification every 10 years. However, there have been some problems with compliance on this matter. In the 2020 general election, the voter rolls were calculated to have a total of 1,119,232 voters. In 2021, when the 10-year voter list purge was enacted under 65439, they removed approximately 21% of the state's voter roll list, reducing the list from the original total over 1 million to down to 879,279 voters. So it removed almost 250,000 voters in that purge. Just to see if that's a reasonable number, I think a comparator point of data would be what was the population growth during that time. The population growth was actually 5.1%. So this number should account for transfers, the 5.1% should account for transfers in and out of New Hampshire and deaths as factors that would affect the voting roll counts. It perhaps does not account for first-time voters and other residents voting for the first time. However, the factor shouldn't really create that gap between the 5.1% growth and the 21% reduction in the number of voters on the voter roll list for New Hampshire. So I think there is a concern that this time period is too long and that the 10-year time period is currently codified in the RSA is too long, and therefore it needs to be reduced to a much lower level. I will also state that corollary to that, after the 2020 election, there was a voter integrity group that went around and found through various forms of inquiry that there had been 15,000 movers in the state and 1,000 examples of deeds transfers where both the seller and the buyer voted in that same election. And an additional 800 examples were provided later to the Attorney General's office, and a total of 15,000 names were provided where clearly there was illegitimate voting going on. So, so I think if this process is at least verified on a more frequent basis, we have an opportunity to avoid the types of figures that I gave before and have more accurate voter lists and greater integrity in our elections. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Questions from the committee, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you know how long the supervisor of the checklist term is?
Generally, I believe in my town, I think I've seen 3 years. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what I've seen in my town. But that's what I'm aware of.
Follow up.
Let's go to Representative Bohm, and then we'll come back.
Right now, I believe in 10 years, they send out a postcard saying, are you still alive or here? I mean, So this is, I don't know how, I couldn't read anything on how that's going to be done. But you say by newspaper, a lot of towns don't have any circulation newspapers anymore. So it's kind of hard to say, to advertise this if there's a, especially, people complain about the internet. I don't have the internet, so how are we going to get the word out to the people that may still exist, but don't have access to
Well,
newspapers or internet?
Well, thank you for your question, Representative Bohm. I believe that the process for removing someone from a checklist involves a certified letter. At least that's been the practice in the town of Hudson. So
Yeah.
I believe that that's how they would address it. I don't, with respect to notifications of supervisors of the checklist meetings and things like that that might have previously appeared in newspapers, I'm not really, I'm not sure that that's necessarily directly germane to this proposed bill. I think that is another issue that could be addressed, but I think primarily we're trying to address the interval between these mandatory verifications of the checklist.
Okay. Further questions, Representative Burnham?
Thank you. So I was just made aware in my town that the supervisor of the checklist term is 6 years. So currently the voter purge is 10 years. Do you see that there might be any kind of issue with the long term of checklist supervisors and only the purge only taking place every 10 years?
I don't think there are any, I don't have any evidence of any correlations between the length of terms of the checklist of the supervisors and the what I would say is apparent non-compliance with the 10-year voter list purge. So I'm not sure I can comment on that. I think, there are advantages to having someone for an extended period of time in that position because they are familiar with the community, and perhaps someone coming in might not be as familiar with the community. But beyond that, I really don't have any characteristics to provide any attributes to the correlation or causation between the two.
Further questions? Representative Wood.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. This morning we heard there's two ways to change the checklist. One was if you move and register in another jurisdiction, and the other one was a death certificate. Are you aware of any others?
I think you can approach the supervisors of the checklist about issues and ask them about that, and they can investigate that. I don't have that particular passage memorized,
Yeah.
but I think that's a possibility.
Follow up?
Yep. Follow up.
Looking at your numbers here, 21%, it seems like a large number in 10 years. If we have these two mechanisms going on, so if people moving within the state, we should be seeing that. If they're continued voters and if they're dying, we should be seeing that. So 21%, even if you count all the movers moving out of state, doesn't seem like we should come up with that many votes. Do you have any clue of why this number is so high?
No, as I said, I tried to think of what, from a kind of statistical point of view, how to approach determining the validity of that 21% reduction in the voter roll checklist. I thought of looking at the population numbers over that same time period. That only, as I testified, that only had a 5.1% increase. So it's moving the opposite direction of the percentages of the voter roll checklist. So that that is a fairly large discrepancy. So I don't know, and it certainly is very suspect. So I think, and as I mentioned, the information that was brought to the Attorney General, which they have said is a report is forthcoming, but it's hard, That is an investigation launched in 2021 detecting over 15,000 voters who were not properly domiciled, and at least according to the affidavit submitted to the Attorney General's office. And so it's now taken, if you understand that those were presented in 2021, we're now in 2024, it's taken an extended period of time to properly investigate that. I'm not putting any aspersions on the Attorney General's office. Investigations take a lot of time. And so I think they've been looking at, I'm hoping that this report will at least to some degree address the concern about having these people voting when they shouldn't be.
Further questions?
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you expect that this would cause increased costs for towns and cities for mailing, advertising, anything else?
No, not unless there was a mass exodus of the town. But I think generally, I don't think it would. In looking at the factor, the very fact that they would have to do this more frequently, I believe it would reduce the number of actions that they would have to take. And therefore, I think there's a commensurate trade-off between, doing a larger list every 10 years versus ostensibly a smaller list of removals on a 4-year cycle. Good question.
Representative Lane.
How did you arrive at the 4-year figure?
That's a great question. I had discussed it with different people, and it seemed like, I also wanted to be sensitive to the position of the checklist of the supervisors. And I think they have, regular meetings throughout the year, and therefore, especially during an election year. And so I didn't think it was good to do it every necessarily 2 years. I did talk to some people who would have done it every year, for that matter. I talked to some people who wanted to do it every 5 years, kind of an off cycle with the census, and then on the census. I picked every 4 years just as being sort of a compromise between what I thought were various extremes, and I don't have any evidence or data to support that selection other than maybe anecdotal discussions with other representatives.
Further questions from the committee? I have one. So we currently do this voter roll purge every 10 years,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And every 10 years we look back 4 years.
Yes.
So what is the harm, if we're looking back the same period of time, what is the harm of doing it more frequently? So underneath current law, my understanding is someone could go without voting in the state of New Hampshire for 9 years and be stuck on the rolls until they get to an even year, to a year that ends in 0, and then they would come off. That's the current law, right?
Well, in the 01 year.
Yeah, the 01 year,
but
yeah.
That's when it now is done on, so the next one would be 2031 ostensibly.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'm trying to accelerate that a little bit.
Fair enough. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Weary.
Thank you.
Next up is our own Secretary Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm here in support of this bill. I will say that the 10-year cycle that we're on now to verify the checklist has been in existence for quite some time, and it certainly predated the centralized statewide voter database that we were required to put in place when the Help America Vote Act passed in 2002. And prior to that time, many towns in the state kept their checklists on their own spreadsheet programs. There were some of the smaller towns that actually had handwritten checklists. And so you can understand the reason for a 10-year cycle is it was a big job to clean up the list. So now we are, we have a statewide voter registration database. We are replacing the legacy system and hope to go live in April or May with a brand new database, which will have a lot more functionality. It will have the national change of address information plugged into that on a multiple times a year cycle. It'll be easier for us to transmit death data from our Division of Vital Records so that the towns have better access to that information. I would recommend a time frame of 6 years. And the reason that I do that is that there are many, many, many voters in this state that only vote in a general election when we're electing a president. And so if we purge the checklist more frequently than that, those voters are all going to drop off the checklist before they come to vote the next time, and they'll end up having to re-register again. So, I think the cycle that we work on now is 2 election cycles or 4 years for that very reason, and I think it would make sense to maintain that. The database changes every single day. So if you print a checklist off today, it's going to be different tomorrow. And over time, the changes are pretty dramatic. So whenever we did the 10-year purge, just this most recent time, I think that there were probably 170,000 names, give or take, that were dropped from the list. And many of those voters re-registered for the presidential primary. And I would expect that this fall there will be another spike in registrations because of that. But, that's what it takes to keep the checklist up to date. I think if we went to a 6-year term, those dramatic peaks and valleys will level out a little bit. And I think that would be a positive thing as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, just to clarify your suggestion, so you're talking about every 4 years we would look back every 6 years, or every 6 years we would look back every 4 years?
Every 6 years, look back 4.
Sorry, other questions like me? I'm writing that down. Okay. I guess I'll keep going. So why wouldn't we do something like every 4 years we look back 5 years? Because that would accomplish the same goal, right? 5 years encompasses no matter what, 5 years encompasses a presidential election, no matter what. Why would we go to a frequency of 6 years? Like I would rather extend the look back. I would rather extend the look back period than decrease the frequency.
Why would you want to overlap?
Well,
Years
if
that you've
it was up
already-
to me, I would do it every year. So let's start off with that. I would do it every year and look back. If I was writing this legislation, I would do it to where it looked back every year, and I would have it look back. I would do it every year, looking back 5 years, just because then you would never have a fall off, which would actually be an extension of what we do now. It would be longer than what we look back now. I was just kind of curious as the logic of that. Like how like why not? Why every 6 years looking back 4 instead of every 4 years looking back 5?
There's a trade-off between trying to address the number of voters that have dropped off the list or should drop off the list versus the workload that we place on the local supervisors of the checklist. And that's probably the most important factor. I'm suggesting 6 years as a good interval, but that's an arbitrary number.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Can you explain the process and how much time it takes for election officials to conduct this purge, so they can just get an understanding of the workload, the time that it takes? Can you help me out with that?
It takes the supervisors of a checklist several months to do this job, where they do a review of their checklist, and then those names that they cannot confirm as voters because they are inactive, then get tagged for being dropped. And there is a notice that gets sent out that that is what is occurring. It's not a 30-day letter. It is, you've been inactive, your name is being dropped from the list, and if you want to participate in future elections, you have to re-register. It does take several months. The mailings are prepared at the local level. They're paid for at the local level, but the data itself is kept and maintained at the state level.
Follow up, please.
We had one other hand first, and we'll come back. Oh, I guess they're waving. All right, you can go. Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. So if the purge, as we are calling it, occurs more frequently, it sounds like there would be a tax impact, or that taxpayers would be paying supervisors of the checklist more money to conduct this work. Am I understanding that correctly? That since the municipalities do pay for this this purge process, which takes several months, would we see an increase in costs for taxpayers?
There may be a slight increase in cost. I think the benefit of doing it more frequently is that you would reduce the number of individuals that would be impacted.
Thank you.
Questions? You said in your testimony it takes a long time, but this is just a data sort of people who haven't voted in the last 4 years. How does that take time? It's all done in the database.
It is done in the database, but there is review, there's cleansing, there's preparing the mailing.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
process.
Okay. So the data side of it is like seconds, I would assume.
I would expect the data side, as long as it's clean, would be very quick.
Would be seconds. Okay. And then as for the cost, wouldn't the cost be the same? Because we're talking about the same number of voters getting removed, but instead of once every 10 years, it's on a more frequently basis. So wouldn't that workload decrease because it wouldn't just be this massive thing you're doing every 10 years, but it'd be the same number of voters. So if the cost of the mail, the postage doesn't change in theory, inflation, but so wouldn't the cost be basically the same? Except it's less frequent, except when it happens, it's not this big, large project. It's just this thing you do more frequently.
I would think that doing it more frequently, like this bill suggests, would lower the cost for each time that it was done. I haven't done enough of analysis to say that it would just be a level cost.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Secretary, could you explain a little bit how the national change of address match system, or whatever it's called precisely, might work on this bill?
So my understanding is that there are third-party vendors that have been approved by the United States Postal Service that will collect all of the information from the postal records about individuals that have moved and filed with the post office that they have permanently changed their address, and that information is available at certain intervals over the course of a year. And there's a subscription cost to obtaining that information, but once that arrangement has been made, that information is put into the transferred into the database, so that information is available then for supervisors of the checklist to go through and clean up their records.
Follow up? One second.
Follow up, yep.
So do we not subscribe to this already? I thought they
I believe
received
we
at least
do.
one.
I believe we do. With the new database, though, I think we're going to have a better format for transferring that data.
Yeah, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none. All right. Thank you, Secretary
Thank you.
Scanlon. Next up is Al Brandano.
I'm going to withdraw. I just support the bill. I put it on the paper. I should have done that. Thank you.
No worries. All right. Hold on. All right. Next up then will be Mackenzie St. Germain.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Good to see you all again. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a nonpartisan coalition devoted to expanding and protecting voter access, and is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. We are opposing HB 1369 today. We'll say we do believe in cleaner checklists and the efforts that are needed to make our checklist cleaner in New Hampshire. However, there are ways to do that beyond expanding the number of times we remove folks who are not voting and maybe miss one presidential election. Other ways, I know Secretary just mentioned the national change of address data. That is a better way to capture people who are moving and no longer live where they were formerly registered, as opposed to folks who, again, might have missed one presidential election. The election information portal is also moving through the legislature. It's another way for folks to update their addresses when they move, keeping those lists cleaner and focusing on addresses as opposed to missing an election and then being unknowingly removed from a list. And I believe this committee will also be hearing later in the session about the Electronic Registration Information Center, which will track folks if they move out of state, are no longer eligible to vote in New Hampshire. And those are all ways that we would support in terms of keeping our checklist cleaner, more updated, and capturing folks when they are no longer able to vote because they've moved out of where they were formerly domiciled, as opposed to removing folks more frequently just because of lack of voting, and not necessarily because we have the information that they are no longer eligible to vote. I'm not an expert on the checklist process, was trying to keep track of the years and thinking what presidential election is what, but if there are questions, I can try to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The last up is Daniel Healy. Hey, Representative Ackerman, can you go ahead and grab that blue sheet for me?
Hi, Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, representing the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. We are in support of this legislation. We do agree with going down from the 10 years to the 4 years to keep the voter lists as accurate as possible. There are some other things that occur when you get a certain amount of voters removed. We're required to set up a specific amount of voting booths per voter. So if the lists aren't accurate, we might need 60 more voting booths to support the what's on our checklist. So there are some things that from our end tie into this voter checklist being the most accurate as possible. I was in another community for the last purge, and we purged about 6,000 voters. That's a lot of work for the supervisor of the checklist to be doing, to be mailing those out. And that 6,000 people would amount to, in that election prior, would have been 60 less voting booths that needed to be set up. So there are some tie-ins to those sorts of things. We do the national change of address. We do the 30-day letters if we're notified someone has moved out. We match death records. We do all that stuff, but I think this is another layer. This is another step that helps us get to that goal of keeping the voter list as accurate as possible. And if someone's not voting within a 4-year time frame, I mean, I think that's long enough that they probably should be removed at that point. They have the option. New Hampshire has same-day voter registration. They can come to the polls. They can re-register. So we do have all those options for the voters. I do see some of the arguments on the other side, but New Hampshire, with that same day registration, we're not disenfranchising anyone, and we're keeping the voter lists as accurate as possible for that moment in time. So I'd be open to any questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. In that instance, in just referencing the same day voter registration, if we do these purges more often, wouldn't that increase the amount of potentially increase the same day voter registrations and thus create more work for the supervisors of the checklist on an already busy day on election day?
It has the potential to increase the same day registrations. I think a good check is, the 4 years where there's a presidential election in November. I think that's the election we have our highest turnout. So if someone's not, say, voting in that election, I don't know how often they will be participating in elections. So there could be some additional same-day registrations. Could be some people that we remove that will then end up registering again. But I don't see it being a real high amount. We have a lot of people that vote in every election. We have some people that only vote, the every 4 years. But with the same-day registration, they have that option. I don't think it's going to, bog down the line for those people.
Follow up, please.
We got to go over to Representative Burnham first, unless she wants to yield.
I can yield for her follow-up. That's fine.
Thank you. Oh,
All right, back to Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You had mentioned that there were about 6,000 purged in the last 10-year cycle there. I was just wondering if it's would be helpful to know how you would set up for voting day. Would that also help reduce the cost of printing ballots and having those available for election?
So those numbers would tie in state and federal elections. The Secretary of State provides the municipalities with the amount of ballots, and they look at the number of registered voters. And they obviously do a percentage higher than that, figuring in for any same-day registrations. But they use the numbers that are in the election system to kind of calculate how many ballots they should be producing for us. And in a municipal election, I'm looking at the same thing. How many registered voters do we have in each ward, so I know how many ballots to order. So if the numbers are inflated for, people that were registered at one point that aren't actually going to vote or have moved, then we have to order more ballots, and it costs more money. So it does tie into a few of these things.
Follow up?
I'm not sure if this pertains to you, but we were talking about additional costs of possibly purging on a more frequent basis. Are you aware if the checklist supervisors that are elected are being paid by hour, or is it just like a stipend?
So it varies by what the municipality wants to do. Some are hourly, some get a stipend. In a city clerk's office, my staff would be the ones managing the day-to-day of removing the voters, and then it would go to the Board of Registrars for approval. So it really depends on what the municipality is structured. Some pay their registrars $10, some get a few $100 stipend per month. It varies across the state. It's not uniform.
Okay, any Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you. You talked about a purge of 6,000 voters. I think that was Derry.
That was.
Yeah. Were there any problems in the election after that with registering people to vote if they had been inadvertently removed and still lived in town, for example, just didn't vote for a long time? And with the supervisors of the checklist, were there any problems at the next election?
I don't believe in the following elections that there are any major issues. Sometimes you would have the occasional person that would either request an absentee ballot or show up at the polling location and say that they had registered prior. And then when it was explained to them the process and what had occurred, they seemed okay with that, then they would re-register. I don't recall an overwhelming amount of voters or a ton of complaints regarding it. But there were probably, there were some that were purged that then ended up coming back and re-registering.
Representative Brennan?
thank you. Would the Clerks Association be okay with the Secretary's recommendation of an amendment to 6 years, or do you hold firm at 4?
I believe the Secretary of State's office made some good points. Without speaking with our committee directly, I don't know if I could fully answer that. I mean, I think our thoughts on the initial bill was that it was a good bill. 4 years does seem reasonable, but I don't want to speak for the entire committee without without discussing it with them, but I think we were pretty satisfied with the 4 years.
Good, thank you.
Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. A lot of your answers have been conditioned on the fact that same-day registration exists, and it's pretty routine and can be handled. What if that did not exist?
If there was no same-day registration, I think a lot of the other laws would need to be looked at to provide some opportunity for these voters. So with the current law as it is, I think the 4 years is, is a good time frame for this.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Weir, you want back up? You want more? While you're up there, so I did some quick math on there's going to be a surge of people same day registering. So after the 2021 purge, there was a 4% same day registration. Before the purge, there was a 9% same day registration. Now, admittedly, this is 2 elections. Correlation is not causation, but on face value, the argument is moot. Representative Weary?
Yes, the discussion has reminded me of the rationale for the 4 years and the 4-year look back. It's cycled so I think everyone knows that we get much greater turnout during the presidential elections every 4 years, comparatively lower on other intervals. This would look back prior to the year prior to the next presidential election. It looks back 4 years, and so would include the previous presidential election. And so you have the best chance and opportunity of capturing the greatest voter turnout that occurred in that community in that thing. I do not think that the 6-year cycle would accomplish that. So during the discussion, I was reminded of the rationale for that, and so I wanted to add that to the testimony.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's it. Okay. In person, there were 3 people signed up to speak. There was 5 people signed up who didn't speak. 3 support, 2 opposed. Online, little lopsided. It was 17 support, 70 opposed, and 1 neutral. I would love to meet the neutral person. With that, going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1369 and open up the public hearing on House Bill 1442 FN relative to the penalties for failures for election officers to adhere to election law. And I believe Representative Cushman, are you introducing? Yes. Welcome to election law, Representative Cushman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Leah Cushman. I represent the town of Ware. I am introducing this bill on behalf of the sponsor, as she had some urgent personal business to attend to and asked me to do that for her. That being said, I may not be able to answer any technical questions, but I'll do my best. The bill before you, HB 1442, adds 1 new section J to RSA 659:34 that includes election officers under the penalties for voter fraud and for being liable for those penalties for any violation of any election law in any election. And the reason for this bill, it's in the spirit of raising voter confidence. As we know, many voters are feeling disenfranchised by what they perceive to be some deficiencies in the voting system, in our election system in New Hampshire. So amending and clarifying RSA 659:34 to include them as responsible parties for voter registration authentication is very important. Election officers, those processing same-day voter registrations, supervisors of the checklists, election moderators, etc., will be required to be held to the same legal standard as those presenting as qualified voters. Voters will be assured that the personnel entrusted to oversee all elections in their municipalities are performing their duties with integrity and in accordance with all applicable election statutes. and voters will know that there are uniform penalties for knowingly violating election laws, therefore removing the veil of suspicion and skepticism that some voters currently focus on the hardworking election officials. By implementing this amended language, we will continue to demonstrate to the voters that New Hampshire takes election integrity and security seriously. And I'd ask the committee to support the bill as introduced, and I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing Representative Waring.
Yeah, sorry. I know. That's, well, I got short arms, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So any election law, how broad in scope is that? Is that, if they forget to post, if the moderator forgets to post a list exactly the way the law prescribes, for example, would that be considered a violation? I'm just concerned that it might be too broad. Comments on that?
Thank you for the question. I was just going to pull up the statute to see what it's covering. It looks like it's called penalties for voter fraud. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. 5934.
You're right. It's wrongful voting penalties for voter fraud is
Right.
the section.
And if you don't mind, I'll just read a couple of the other things under that section for the committee. A person is subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 if such person. And then there's, some violations they can make when registering to vote, if they vote more than once, if there's fraud in their voter registration, if they apply for a ballot in the name of others, apply for a ballot in their own name after they voted already, if they voted for an office or measure at an election they're not qualified to vote at, gives a false name or answer, or presents falsified proof of identity. So it seems that it falls under specifically managing who is eligible to vote and who is not, is how I read it.
Follow up.
So do you think the sponsor and co-sponsors might be amenable to something akin to performs as an election officer in any election and facilitates wrongful voting and voter fraud, just to narrow the scope of it so that the enforcement is not directed for, equivalent misdemeanors, if you will, but is really addressing the felonies, again, analogy wise?
To me, that sounds reasonable. I can't speak for the co-sponsor, but she's reasonable in my experience.
Representative Rafter.
Thank you,
I don't
Mr.
know-
Chair.
Statement. I don't know why the statement got me.
In your testimony, you said knowingly violates a law, but this as proposed doesn't have that. It just says and violates. Would it be reasonable to include knowingly prior to that?
Thank you for the question. I think it would be probably reasonable. However, all of the election officials are trained, so they do receive the laws. They know what they're supposed to do. So I think it would be, if it came to a jury and they were adjudicating and they were fact-finding on this, if they were to try to say that they didn't know and they were trained election officials, even if the statute said knowingly, I see it as they wouldn't really be able to get out of, they wouldn't be able to say they didn't know, but that's how I read it.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Oh, she's waving off. All right. Thank you, Representative Cushman. Next up is Mackenzie St. Germain. We also did get reloaded on pink cards. Thank you, Vice Chairman Bohm.
Got some more in.
And here they come.
And that's her last book, she said.
Hello again, members of the committee. Again, I'm Mackenzie St. Germain with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes New Hampshire. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 1442. We know and have heard in front of this committee many times that New Hampshire elections are safe, secure, and that is in large part to the work of our election officials in state, especially because we have a very decentralized system. Our towns and cities are really run, and those elections are run by the election officials. They are not in it for the glamour or clout or paycheck that they get from those roles. They're in those roles for the public service and being able to carry out democracy at the most local level in state. And this takes thousands of election officials, volunteers. I know there were certain polling places with over 100 volunteer cities with over 100 volunteers running our elections. And these folks are increasingly under a microscope. There's some national surveys of election officials. In April of 2023, research conducted by the Brennan Center for Justice said nearly 3 in 4 election officials reported that they felt threats against them had increased in recent years, and 30% surveyed reported that they had been personally abused, harassed, or threatened due to their role. Thankfully, in New Hampshire, we have not seen quite the same level of resignation and turnovers from election officials. However, if we were to see this bill become law and election officials operating in an environment where any mistake they made could land them with a voter fraud charge, I think that would put us at risk for those similar kind of trends and even more resignations, folks not being willing to do public service in order to carry our democracy for risk of being hit with voter fraud charges. Would like to remind this committee as well that currently, at least the last election, the election procedure manual was over 400 pages. So although our election officials are trained, this bill does not, lay out that it would have to be some sort of a intentional, charge and sort of intentional mistake is any of those things as the law is written in, or the bill is written in those 400 plus pages of procedures. And generally, if our election volunteers and officials who want to serve their communities are legally responsible for mistakes, I think, again, we could see they will not be willing to serve in those very important roles that are the backbone of our New Hampshire elections. So with that, we ask that you recommend an expedient to legislate on HB 1442, and I am happy to answer questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Michael. Last name, man.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I just have a quick parliamentary inquiry about the bill. So under RSA 654-34, there's no penalty outlined in the RSA, and
Yeah, this is something you bring up in exec.
okay,
Yeah,
thank
you can't. A parliamentary inquiry is not used to discuss the bill. A parliamentary inquiry is used to discuss actions of the chair.
I just wanted to know if just for some clarification on that.
Yeah, you'd have now that is totally something that you can ask any of the people testifying. That's a totally fair question, just not me. Just all right. We'll try again. Michael, help me with your last name. I'm having trouble reading it. Oh, Bean. Got to hit that button.
Is that working? I come in support of 1442. I got really deeply involved in elections during the District 24 recount and saw things that made my head spin. Much of it was documented through the request of 91A. But as recently as January 23rd, I have witnessed election law violation, and it's ongoing and it's not being corrected. The Attorney General's office really has its hands tied unless the legislature imposes an opportunity to fine and stop some of what is taking place. Without the House and the Senate acting and imposing some kind of fines, this is never, ever going to resolve itself. So We've witnessed RSAs being violated over and over again. I can give you very specific examples. I have a book here full of it. And as I said, I witnessed it again on January 23rd. Meeting requirements of RSAs for testing ballots, for example. You're required to put ballots through a machine, face up, forward and backward, face down, forward and backward. The ballot doesn't go through. I see the ballot turned, and it gets sent through the same way it was sent previously. Does nothing to validate the test. I have been to the Attorney General's office with our RSA required activity logs to be filled out completely, which weren't. They aren't signed, they aren't witnessed twice, there's very little documentation, there are card numbers missing on the activity files. The Attorney General did an investigation, and the next time I walked into my town hall, my townsfolk met me and said, yep, we got our slap on the wrist. Thank you very much for that, and life goes on. So unless we do something about it via penalty, it's not going to get corrected. There's a lot of human nature out there. If you don't have a policeman enforcing a speed limit, then people tend to speed. If he's out there, they tend to slow down. We need to do something. There's nothing more important than our elections. And I heard previous testimony that our elections are fair, safe, and secure. And there is no evidence of that. And there's never been an investigation. There was a competence committee established, but there was never an investigation. If you investigate and you see what's wrong, then something has to be done about it. This went before the Ballot Law Commission. They referred it to the Attorney General's office. We've not heard back from them yet. There has been no investigation to the best of my knowledge yet. And this, you're open to seeing anything you'd like to see in here. It's all factual. It's a complete breakdown of 7 towns, and it's a complete breakdown of election law from 7 towns. So please feel free to reach out, ask if you want any additional information. I'd be glad to provide it. I support this bill, and I think that we absolutely have to have them. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bean. Next up, Tom Murray or Mraz?
Tom Murray, sir.
Murray, okay, sorry. I don't criticize anybody's handwriting because mine is the worst.
Mine's atrocious.
So I
so forgive me.
apologize. It's not personal, I promise you.
I don't take it, sir, personally. Thank you, members of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to advocate for the necessity of stringent accountability measures for election officials who violate election laws. The integrity of our electoral process is the bedrock of our constitutional republic, ensuring that every citizen's voice is heard and ballots counted accurately. However, this foundational principle is at risk for those entrusted to uphold it, and they are not held to the higher standards of conduct and responsibility. The proposed amendment to RSA 634, specifically subsection J, is a critical step in reinforcing the sanctity of our elections. It addresses a gap in our current legislation by explicitly holding election officials accountable for any breach of election laws. This provision is not merely punitive, but it serves as a deterrent against potential misconduct, and it ensures a fair, transparent, and trustworthy electoral process. Election officials wield significant influence over the administration of our elections. From voter registration to counting of ballots, their actions can affect the outcome of elections, as we clearly saw in Wyndham's 2020 general election, and yet again in Windham's 2022 primary election, deteriorating the very fabric of our constitutional republic. I brought with me today, I probably failed to mention, I'm a resident of Windham, and I played a significant role in the SB 43 forensic audit bill that passed unanimously. And what I brought with me here today for your review, and I hope that each and every one of you take the time to review both of these documents. These are both joint letters from the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office in 2020, outlining over 130 violations of election law. Subsequent to the next federal election, we had yet another 33 violations of election law. And by the way, that was under the watchful eye of appointed monitor pursuant to RSA 677. And just recently, 2 weeks ago, Erin Hennessy had the benefit of seeing firsthand the incompetence of our election moderator, our election moderator, Peter Griffin, and our assistant moderators, both Betty Dunn and Galen Stearns. We went till 1:30 in the morning, counting 4,700 ballots and approximately 900 in the Democrat primary. Completely unacceptable. The tapes were printed, all the absentee ballots were processed, all the hand count write-ins were done by 9:24, and we didn't finish till 1:30 in the morning. And yet again, inaccurate results were gone ahead and published. 15 minutes later, they had to go ahead and correct those. So when these individuals violate election laws, whether through negligence or through intentional misconduct, it undermines public confidence in the electoral system. It creates a shadow of doubt over the legitimacy of election outcomes, which can lead to widespread decline in voter confidence and the erosion of trust in governmental institutions. Accountability measures, such as the one proposed, are essential for several reasons. Deterrence. Clearly defined penalties act as a deterrent to potential violators. Knowing the consequences of their actions, election officials are more likely to adhere strictly to the law. Integrity. By holding election officials accountable, we reinforce the integrity of the electoral process. It sends a clear message that the system is robust, with checks and balances in place to prevent and address any form of misconduct. Trust. Public trust in the electoral process is vital for the functioning of our constitutional republic. When citizens believe the elections are conducted fairly and lawfully, their trust in the electoral process and its outcomes is strengthened. Precedent. Establishing clear penalties for violations sets a legal precedent that can guide the conduct of election officials into future elections. It ensures consistency and fairness in the application of law. And justice. For those like myself who have been affected by violations of election law, knowing that there are mechanisms in place to hold offenders accountable provides a sense of justice and closure. It affirms that no one is above the law, not even those who administer it. In conclusion, the amendment to RSA 659-34, with the inclusion of subsection J, is a necessary measure to safeguard the integrity of our elections. It ensures the violation of election officials are held accountable for their actions, thereby protecting the cornerstone of our constitutional republic. I urge you to support this amendment and affirm our collective commitment to fair, transparent, and trustworthy electoral process. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Absolutely.
All right, questions from the committee. Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. The report that you indicated that had a lot of, and I forgot the number, that you
Yep.
indicated had a lot of different violations recently. Is that something that you're submitting to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And follow up? Yeah. And how many of those violations would you call what, and I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer, but would you call material or substantive? And I think it gets to Representative Weary's question, which is, are these any violations, like the cone is not set up properly, or they don't have the right distance for people to stand, or are we talking active misfeasance or malfeasance?
Thank you for that question. That's a great question. If I could, just let me cite just a couple things from this joint letter from the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. Wyndham's election night's results were not just imprecise, they were fundamentally flawed. Quote, other errors such as only 6 test ballots instead of 50 ignored legal obligations and are of continuing concern, as they are indicative of an election that was not executed to the standard of law or the expectation of voters. This goes on to outline over 130 violations, some more significant than others. Nevertheless, we had the largest numerical discrepancy in state voting history here in Windham. And it wasn't corrected It continues to this day.
Representative Hamlet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Were these violations from the most recent election, January 23rd?
The January 23rd, the report hasn't been issued yet by Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy. So I can tell you that there were concerns whether there was violations. I've yet to get any of the moderator's worksheets, the moderator's certificate, the vote tallies, the checklist. I have yet to do that, and I don't believe the Secretary of State's office has weighed in on that as of yet. But 2022, this just came out on January 4th, 2024.
Follow-up?
Follow-up. So these violations were from which election?
The two I reference here in these letters,
Okay.
this first letter is dated January 7th of 2022. This represents the general election of 2020. This letter here is dated January 4th of 2024. This represents the September 13th primary in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Waring?
In our discussion with the previous speaker, we talked about changing the violates any election law to facilitates wrongful voting or voter fraud. Does that narrow the scope too much for the concerns that you've presented in your letters?
I'm not objective to narrowing a scope. However, it would have to be narrowed within a point of accountability that prevents election officials from continuing to operate in the manner in which they're doing so. Just so the committee is clear, these violations, we had a very significant audit. $770,000 was spent by the state that detailed this. You would think that it would be reasonable to expect that these violations weren't made yet again. I heard you mention, Mr. Chair, folds and ballots. Believe it or not, in 2022, that was one of the 33 violations that they actually committed again. And what happens was these reports come from the Attorney General and the Secretary of State's office. However, they do not have any means that the legislature has given them to go ahead and hold these individuals accountable. So yet here we are today, and we just had another election with the same individuals responsible for this malfeasance continuing to go ahead and conduct elections and not doing it pursuant to the law.
All right, I'm going to help here a little bit because we've asked the same question 3 different ways. All right, so the section that it's going in establishes a $5,000 fine to the person. What the sponsor is doing is they are adding a clause to the very end of the list of things that are referenced, saying if the person is an election officer and they violate any election law. So the reason you're seeing the stuff there above there about registering to vote is because that's what this title is. And what they're doing is they're moving that or statement from section 8 to section I and then adding a J station. So to kind of clear things up, it's targeted at election officers who violate the election law, and it's a fine up to $5,000. So that's what we're talking about. All right, I hope that helped or didn't make it worse, or who knows, probably made it worse. Representative Brennan.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you know if the election officer reference in this bill is an elected election officer, or is it a volunteer, or does it include every single person that works at an election? Because our elections are largely run by volunteers, and I have some concerns because they are sworn in as election officers on election day that this would be targeting volunteers and lead to fewer volunteers and less efficient elections because we would not be able to recruit people who might worry that they are going to be fined $5,000. And I'm wondering if you understand it like that. Is it just electeds or volunteers or all of the above?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm acutely aware of that, and that actually has crossed my mind and given me pause. However, it doesn't solve the problem without the teeth in the bill. It's not just our moderator, it's our town clerk, it's our selectmen. It's also volunteers, people that volunteer and get sworn in as assistant moderators. Those individuals are actually culpable and guilty for these violations. The problem is how do I get redress of my grievance? Because I haven't had a free and fair election in 4 elections, 3 federal elections. And the only thing I feel is I can do at this point in time is to file litigation, which as a resident of Wyndham, I shouldn't be forced to do that because of the incompetence of these election officials who fly in the face of the election law because they're not held to any accountability of it. So they continue to this day to make the same mistakes over and over. And I'm not saying they're doing it in a malicious way, but nonetheless, the malfeasance is occurring.
Further questions, Representative Purnam O'Brien?
Thank you, sir. Usually when these things happen, the redress of grievances would be other people are elected. So what you bring up, I think, is really singular in what we hear. We don't hear about other towns with these problems very often, and to the level that you're discussing. So since the first letter has come out where you say there's 100 or more, 130, I think I remember, I read that one when it came out. Has there been an election and have new people been elected, or are they the same people?
That's a great question. In fact, I actually volunteered myself to run for moderator. I was unsuccessful in my bid to do so, and that's unfortunate, and they continue. But nonetheless, that doesn't address the violations of Part 1, Article 11, and Part 2, Article 32, and my constitutional guaranteed rights to a free and fair election. That's still being violated to this day. So I understand the question is the remedy at the ballot box. I would submit to you that this letter dated January 4th, 2024 speaks to the opposite, that it continues. And I shouldn't have to run for office to guarantee those rights that are afforded to me.
Further questions from the committee? Oh, wow. Okay. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of other towns with similar problems?
Could you be more specific?
Well, it seems like there was a question asked that Wyndham seems to have a particular problem. Are you aware of similar towns that would benefit from this type of legislation?
I am aware of other cities and towns in the state that have similar violations of election law that are detailed in the Wyndham joint complaints. Yes, sir, I am.
Could I follow up?
Follow up.
Do they have similar backing of information like you have there? Specifics? It sounds to me,
Some
I
do
haven't
and
seen you,
some
let me
don't.
just finish, so you know what I'm trying to ask you, sorry. Sorry for interrupting you. I haven't seen the paperwork you have there, but it sounds like there's very specific evidence, what I would call evidence. Are you-
130.
Okay, are you aware of other towns having similar type of evidence?
I am aware that there are some cities and towns that have similar violations of election law that are detailed in both letters from the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office. I am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions, Representative Purnam O'Brien?
Thank you. To get to what Representative Wood was asking, are you familiar with them being of the same amount, the same number? I remember in my community, we had something that was like 5 or 6 violations. And I was stunned about that back then, but now it's just a whole new ballgame. To me, that's what it seems like. Are you familiar with any town coming close to those numbers you're talking about in Wyndham?
Merrimack.
Okay.
Merrimack was probably one of the most egregious in the 2020 election. When we talked about folded in ballots, Wyndham was around 9.6%. Merrimack was over 22%. So you had a significant effect. However, it's important to note that House Bill 1163 remedied part of the fix for that. However, what's been coined the phantom vote, that's still an issue to this day.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pause this. We're gonna recess this House Bill 1442, because we are over time, and the sponsor of House Bill 1596. Oh, actually, hold on. That's you. I'm more Representative McGuire. Representative McGuire, are you currently in a committee? No. Okay. All right. Never mind. We're gonna keep going.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. This bill places the penalty, Section J, in RSA 659-34, which states at the top of Section 1, a person is subject to civil penalty, a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 if such person, and then it would suggest Part J. Is there anything preventing somebody from serving as an election official again, because this is only listed under the civil penalty part of the statute?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the last part of your question?
So essentially, because Part J is being placed under Part 1 of RSA 659-34, which states a person is subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 if such person would be subject to performing as an election officer in any election and violates any election law. That is, that's, from my interpretation, states that they would be subject to the up to a $5,000 civil penalty. Is there anything preventing an election officer from serving again if this is only a civil penalty?
I don't think it prevents someone from serving again. However, I think it deters someone from serving if they're going to continue to make violations, as is the case in the town of Windham, that perhaps significant penalties were levied on these individuals after clear findings were made. And it's important to note, too, to the committee, these are official findings by the Attorney General's office. They're not just my opinion. So, yeah, I would hope that it would. In fact, I think it's really notable to mention that one of the individuals that's actually responsible for many of these violations happens to be running for moderator this election cycle.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna let Mr. Murray go.
Where should I give you testimony?
Give that to Representative Ankenberg.
Thank
And
you.
we're
Well,
gonna
thank
bring
you
up
very
Mr.
much for your
Healy.
time.
Dan Healy, City Clerk, Nashua, representing the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. So based off of what the previous speaker said, I just want to provide some clarification on this bill. This bill is dealing with election officers. So there was a bill last year that passed that deals with election officials. So the election officials are the elected members, the clerk, the moderator, the selectmen. There is already a bill that establishes penalties if they violate any election laws, and there should be a bill for that. We are the ones that are dealing with this daily basis. We know the procedure manual, we know the election laws. We train these people for, maybe it's a 3-hour session the week prior or a few weeks prior to the election. The state provides election training for anyone that wants to go. But these people are doing it on a limited basis. And I think to have them have a pretty significant violation, if they make a mistake, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. There was talk about putting the word knowingly in, I think we'd be amendable to that. So performs as an election officer in any election and knowingly violates any election law. If someone is blatantly, their goal is to become an election officer and to get up, day of the election and violate all these election laws, and they're doing it, on purpose, there's a difference there. But if you put that word knowingly, I think, we could get behind that if they're knowingly violating known laws. But I don't think that the volunteer, in some cases, they're volunteers that signs up to work that day, should be faced with the same penalties that our election officials that are, trained and signed up and or elected to these positions should be facing. And I'd like to add, as president of the Clerks Association, some of these issues that happened in Wyndham from 2020, they've been addressed with SB 43. You're going back a few years now. The Wyndham officials aren't here to defend themselves on those statements, but I think at this time it's kind of inappropriate to be going back that many years with that many accusations against those officials without them here to defend themselves. And this bill doesn't talk about election officials, it's election officers. So I'd be open to any questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Am I correct in understanding your testimony that your interpretation of this bill, where it refers to election officer, would include volunteers and not just elected election officials?
I believe that's what this bill is doing. It's now adding the volunteers, the people that just sign up for that day. The previous bill regarding election officials covers, the moderators, clerks. But this bill, I think specifically, is tying in those people that just are, the one-time workers of that day.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Healy. Last up is Al Brandano.
Like a bad penny, huh? Just keep showing up. Thank you. I'm Al Brandano from Kensington. I speak in support of HB 1442. One of my, someone I respect really a lot in this room and is Secretary Scanlon. Really because in 2022, he took a really major challenge and voted confidence. Voted confidence was falling off the cliff. And I'm sure against a lot of political pressure, he was able to stand up and gave the citizens a place to be heard. It was around the state, went all around the state. I was part of that and testified there. And one of the biggest things that Secretary of State, when he comes and he speaks, is always about, we're here for voter confidence. And I want, it's hard for, I'm one of the volunteers that's been part of a lot of these audits. Not just me, but there's hundreds of people like me that have put in thousands of hours of time, because we too want safe and secure elections and honest elections. Everyone wants that, but we've been volunteering to do that. So I want to point out something here in the election procedure manual. You realize that to hold anybody accountable, this whole manual, 90% of this is procedures. It's not accountable by law. Only a very small percentage, about 10%, that's regulated through the RSA, gives you the authority to make a penalty. I want to read this part to you for just a second. It's a subparagraph 4. The election procedure manual is a resource and learning tool. The manual is not a substitute for the relevant statutes or legal advice. Court decisions and changes to the statutes made between printings in the manual may change election law. Whenever uncertainty exists as to what action to take, we will make our best effort to assist you, and you should consult your local legal attorney. In this manual, for the people who do the work, there's no violation for them. We want to hold the people that make the decisions, the moderators, the town clerks, people who are in authority accountable. So if you think about it, I happened in my town in Kensington, discovered that the activity logs for the machines, the data cards, and the activity logs that record by, you sign 2 signatures and the maintenance person, that's an affidavit. We found that a bunch of them, 40%, were not accurate or not signed. We went to the Department of Justice, myself and Mike Bean. At the Department of Justice, we have 3 sworn affidavits. Let me read this quick. During the meeting, Mike Bean asked the question of Mr. Madison and Tracy, who was ultimately responsible party for the purchase, maintenance, programming, security, chain of custody, and operational use of voting machines in elections? Mr. Madison responded, the selectman. Mr. Bean asked again for a clarification. Mr. Madison again, the selectman. So we're all trying to find out, everyone is doing this. We're losing confidence from the regular people who show up and do the work. We need to have some type of accountability. Just a second here. Yeah. Senate District 24, I was part of the recount. It was Lou Gargiulo's race. 174 violations. 174, they're here. And they're as egregious as chain of custody. No chain of custody on the boxes. In fact, you're going to hear later on about boxes. The boxes were, a lot of them were or didn't have the proper tape on them, or the tape was missing, or they weren't documented. All that's here. These are not insignificant, not having the line big enough. And it was all went to the Ballot Law Commission, and the Ballot Law Commission recommended it to the Department of Justice. You know what's happened? Nothing. Nothing. So one of the questions that the Ballot Law Commission asked was, would the election have been affected due to these many violations? The lawyer for Lou Gargiulo, his name's Attorney McDonald, stated, how can you say it wouldn't be with this many operational violations? You can't attest to it, nor can we. This is the problem when we have procedural errors. We have to look at them as they add up, right? And it takes away voter confidence. That's what we're here for. And last, for all of us, if you don't have anyone to hold accountable, then we basically have tyranny. So, thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Representative Hamer?
Thank you. Just a question. Have you ever worked in an election?
I have been not a moderator, a poll watcher and a poll challenger, but I've never worked in the elections.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Can you grab that blue sheet? Online, there were 13 in support, 82 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, we're actually going to get the... Is there anything on the blue sheet? All right. Okay.
Chairman Barry, can you just repeat those online numbers again?
Yes, the tough ones. 13 to 82. Spoke. Yes. Yes. Okay, so there were 2 people signed up that didn't speak, 1 for and 1 against. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1442 and immediately open up the public hearing on House Bill 1596, requiring a disclosure of deceptive artificial intelligence usage in political advertising. And recognize Representative Brennan to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I am State Representative Angela Brennan from Bow, representing Merrimack District 9, Bow, and Hopkinton. I am proud to introduce HB 1596, a bipartisan bill to begin to address the use of artificial intelligence as it relates to elections. I'd first like to thank Mr. Chairman Barry and Vice Chairman Boehm for co-sponsoring this bill, as well as all the other co-sponsors. It is appreciated not only by me, but Granite Staters when we are able to come together on common sense legislation like this bill. 2024 is the first election year where artificial intelligence seems to be accessible at everyone's fingertips. Indeed, what once cost thousands of dollars can now be done in a couple of minutes using an iPhone app for next to nothing. Deceptive synthetic media manipulates images, audio, and video to trick the viewer or listener and depicts something that did not actually occur in real life. In an age of rapidly advancing technology and an ever-increasing rise in disinformation, the 2024 election is a perfect storm ripe for dirty tricks. Let me state emphatically, the dissemination of disinformation is detrimental to our democracy, and we must do something about it. HB 1596 requires disclosure of deceptively manipulated media, often referred to as fraudulent deepfakes. Without disclosure, the use of fraudulent deepfakes of a candidate or party would be prohibited within 90 days of an election. The limited scope time frame exists as one of several ways this bill bends over backwards to ameliorate any First Amendment concerns. The disclosure must appear or be heard easily by the average viewer or listener. For a video, the disclosure must be present for the duration of the video. For an audio recording, the disclosure must be at the beginning and end of the audio, as well as interspersed within any audio greater than 2 minutes in length. This bill allows a candidate to take action if they are depicted in an undisclosed deepfake. The candidate may seek injunctive relief to stop the distribution of the deceptive deepfake, as well as bring an action for damages against the sponsor. There are a number of First Amendment safe harbors baked into this bill that provide exemptions for news broadcasts, publications, radio and TV stations that make a reasonable effort to prevent spreading deepfakes, as well as an exemption for obvious satire or parody. The aim of this bill is to hold the sponsor of the fraudulent deepfake accountable, not good faith distributors. HB 1596 is necessary, bipartisan, common sense legislation that takes a step forward to deal with the reality of a rapidly advancing technology capable of disrupting our democracy and deceptively sowing distrust. Voters deserve better than deception and dirty tricks. I hope Granite State voters can count on this committee to support HB 1596 with a strong OTP recommendation. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
So on the first page of the bill, on line 19, it talks about state and local ballot. So are you just limiting that to state and local candidates, or you know, would it apply to federal advertisement as well that uses deceptive and fraudulent deep fakes?
The purpose of this bill is to stay within the scope of the state. I would not want to overstep the federal level. To the extent that it could be applied to the federal with the law in the state, then I would like that to be done. But there are federal bills in the works to address this at the federal level, and we may see them in the coming year, but this is a step forward for our state at the state level.
Follow up.
And likewise on the same page, is there any reason for the 90 days prior to an election? I know that's probably a campaign cycle, but is there any reason why, you know, we wouldn't anticipate that people would, you know, day 100 to 90 flood the market, as it were, to using such things? Why the 90 days and why not longer?
Thank you. It is limited in scope, limited in time frame to address First Amendment concerns. There have previously been bills in other states that made it a ban or prohibited it year-round, and those have faced challenges, court challenges, First Amendment concerns. So to keep it limited in scope, it addresses First Amendment concerns and makes sure that it's not violating those First Amendment rights.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. On page 1, line 18, where it talks about, uses the phrase should have known. that a message was deceptive or fraudulent deep fake. What's the standard of proof for determining that someone should have known? Especially given that not all of us are technically skilled in determining from observation what is a deep or just a deceptive or deep fake. Thank you.
I'm going to pinch hit for Representative Brennan here. Let's save those questions for exec. She is a member of the committee. We're not going to vote on this the same day we exec it. I promise you that. This bill is going to need some work. So if you'll excuse me, we'll put that one back in the pipe, try to get some of our time back. But it's a very valid question.
And I will say that I understand that there may be some amendments to this bill that I'll be working on with my co-sponsor, Chairman Berry, to address some concerns. There are a couple of language concerns as well as a misnumbering in the
Yes.
bill that is driving me crazy.
There's a
And
reason
so-
this one's up on the first day.
I'll accept that as an answer for the time being. Thank you.
We're going to try to get some of our time because we could do that for all day for all. I should have done that on the first question, to be fair. Other questions? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Representative Brennan. Next up is Representative McGuire. And we're running way behind now. So I'm going to limit everybody to 4 minutes and try to get some of our time back.
I'll try to be half that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your thoughtfulness earlier. I don't think I've experienced that in any other committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. I think it's a very good idea. We're talking here about something that amounts to fraud, and that's an exception to free speech, is things like deception and fraud. But that doesn't mean I don't think it can be improved. And in particular, I'll mention two things. One is what Representative Weary brought up, the 90 days. In my opinion, there's no difference. If you're committing fraud on 89 days, you're committing it on 91 days, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. So to me, anyways. The second thing is, if you look at page 2, that's where all the exceptions are. And in particular, Roman 4 exceptions, C, D, and E. This I feel sort of somewhat uncomfortable about, because in general, I don't think if you are committing a crime, and so, it should also be a crime for somebody else. It shouldn't matter the characteristics of you and characteristics of the other person, right? I mean, either it's wrong or it isn't. So this thing that makes exceptions if you're this kind of organization, but not if you're that kind of organization, that doesn't sit right with me. So I would either eliminate those sections or rewrite them in some way. And that's all my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, will you be taking questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, questions? Seeing none, thanks. Next up, Secretary of State David Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. In support of this bill, I can tell you that this is at the forefront of the minds of every Secretary of State in the country. I think this is a great first step. It's an issue that all of a sudden is here in full strength, and it's going to take a little time, I think, to just wrap our arms around the scope and the best way to deal with it. New Hampshire is at the forefront of actually having an incident with artificial intelligence impacting an election. In the days just prior to the presidential primary, there was a robocall that went out with President Biden's voice on it, saying that telling voters to save their vote in the primary because it's more important in the general election. So that's a form of voter suppression. I'm happy to report that just this afternoon I saw a press release from the Attorney General's office. Apparently they have already caught the individual that was responsible for that crime. So I will stop there, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions about the bill? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon. Next up, Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Olivia Zink, a voter in Franklin, and reading testimony on behalf of Public Citizen and their 4,000 members in New Hampshire. And I won't read all of this. I'm just going to paraphrase a few sentences. It's the rapid advancements in deep fake technology is very concerning in our upcoming elections. This is a really major threat to our democracy and poses a real threat. So this legislation can help make sure that disclosure of these deepfake communication, it's very critical that we have that disclosure and transparency in our elections. House Bill 1596 includes key elements to mitigate the potential harms. And I think that you've talked a little bit about the 90 days, but also the fact that it does carve out exceptions for legitimate media sources and also any kind of satire or parody. But we do urge this committee to OTP or ought to pass this bill because of the much needed regulation to protect voters, our election, and our democracy from the harms of deepfake and artificial intelligence.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up, or last, at least with the pink card, is Autumn Rashchik Goodwin. Nailed it. All right.
All right. Hello, my name is Autumn Rashik Goodwin. I'm a voter from Manchester, New Hampshire, the program coordinator with Open Democracy Action. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit representing 36,000 voters in New Hampshire. I'm not going to read through all of this either because a lot of the points have already been made. Really, with the speed at which this technology is advancing, it is already possible to completely mimic someone's voice. These technologies work similar to neural networks, and they're able to learn faster and faster as it goes on. They pose a particular danger to politics and political figures because politicians are constantly in the public eye. How many live stream hearings have you been a part of? How many interviews? How many public appearances? This is the reality that public figures face every day. So I hope that the committee supports HB 1596 with a vote of all to pass.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Rosa Aikenberg, can you grab that blue sheet for me? And I didn't look online. Shame on me. Actually, I think I did look online. I didn't. All right, 1596. Oh man, some so popular. 95 online in support, 7 opposed. On the blue sheet, we had survey says. They spoke. We had 3 in favor who did not speak, who signed up but did not speak. And with that, I'm going to get some of this. We're doing it. I believe in us. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1596. And we're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1370, which we're only now 7 minutes behind. Thank you for the committee for letting me move things along. Relative to the durable and tamper-proof containers for preserving ballots. I don't think I've seen. Oh, here he goes. There it is.
Sorry.
What is that? That's out of order. 1370. Representative Weary, prime sponsor of the bill. You're recognized.
Yes. If you would give me just one moment. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough County, District 13, the barely bucolic town of Hudson. And with regard to this bill, there'll be other testimony about the current boxes and some of their deficiencies, but just to introduce this, the secure handling and storage of the ballots post-election day is essential for providing assurance that ballots have been properly retained until A, the completion of any necessary or requested recounts, B, the completion of any necessary audits or investigations, and C, the completion of any state and/or federal requirements for the retention of ballots and related election records. When there are cardboard boxes used for storage, they're not ergonomically friendly for handling by town and city clerks, and some of the recycled and reused cardboard boxes are not sufficiently durable or stackable, as indicated by the collapse of stacked stored boxes as witnessed during routine storage recounts and audits. So this bill is really proposing that better containers be provided for the use in preserving ballots, that they would be more durable than our current kind of cardboard boxes, and that they would also be in such a state that they could be rendered tamper-proof. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're going to get off easy. Okay.
Yeah, I like
Next
it.
up, our own Representative Claudine Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. I'm Representative Claudine Burnham from Stratford County, District 2. Many of you may have seen some of the recycled cardboard boxes that I've carried completed ballots to and from town or city offices to other facilities, and even for possible hand count. The cardboard boxes and taping tend to weaken or even ruin the structure of the box. That are supposed to keep completed and unused ballots secure for a period of time in a secure location. HB 1370 provides a secure, durable, and portable unit that not only provides easy wheeled transportation. I gave a sample of what one could look like because this was what was provided at Secretary of State's demonstration of 3 machines early last year. And I found that very interesting. So I had some photos to share of what that would look like. So this particular one does have wheels. It has a pull-out handle. It does have a lock feature. Can even probably use one of those safety seals that's even used on the machines themselves. It's just a suggestion, certainly not the end result, but I just wanted you to have a little visual. And also this particular feature, this one fit into the actual box itself of the machine. So the other advantage of having something like this is that it's portable by a pulled handle. For anybody that's been involved in elections, I have helped move these boxes or carried these boxes. It's not an easy task, and they're very heavy. And as you know, cardboard tends to get flimsy. So having something that's a plastic container that can probably encase more ballots and not just multiple boxes would be helpful as well. It's manages as a storage unit, so they're stackable, easy to be stored in a safe location. And town and city clerks no longer need to lift the heavy boxes. They can wheel them around. So this particular distributor, I believe, was ESS that shared this container. Unfortunately, when I did look on their website, they don't have this product for sale, so I'm not sure where they got it. I tried looking around. I'm not sure if this one was particularly made for this demonstration or if they're available, but I would certainly be available to help find out other resources. Thank you.
Okay, can we take questions?
Sure.
All right, questions from the committee? Seeing none. All right, next up was David Scanlon from the Secretary of State's office. He works there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And Mr. Chairman, I have to say, given the number of bills on this calendar today, when I first saw it, I thought you were going to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, but it's a very impressive job that you've kept everything, the trains on time. I just wanted to give a little information on this bill and a little history. When I first started working in the Secretary of State's office probably 20 years ago, actually more than that, there was no uniformity to the storage containers that ballots were put in. And I can recall having ballots coming in from various towns for recounts that were just all shapes, sizes, conditions. I remember one box in particular that was labeled medical waste on the outside. And no, I'm not kidding. So, we have made progress since then. There's been an attempt to, the state provides the boxes now. They are fairly sturdy. They're uniform in size. They have printing on them that designates them as balloting materials. We use red security tape on them, and we do training, which gets us partway there. But there are always individuals that will close the boxes and seal them however they feel like they want to do it. So I understand that, I think although things have progressed, they certainly are not perfect. When this bill came up, I thought about this a little bit and actually went to the local Lowe's store and took a look at the totes that they have in their aisles. And there are some pretty rugged plastic containers out there that, are the right size. I mean, they're not on wheels, but they are of a size that it would be an easy weight for somebody to handle, somewhat similar to the size of the boxes that we use for ballots. They have hard plastic lids on them that are flat, so they're stackable, and they have holes that go through them so that locks or wire seals, numbered seals, could be placed on them. So something like that would fit the bill. A container that might hold 1,500 ballots would cost, on the shelf retail, was about $17. So I'm sure if we put that out to bid, ordered in bulk, that price could come down substantially. And then in terms of how many we would need, for a general election, we'd probably need 1,000 for a state primary, 500 for a presidential primary, another 500. So probably a couple thousand boxes, containers, and then containers for absentee balloting materials, the envelopes, the affidavit envelopes, things like that. And then having an inventory of extras, we'll probably be looking at about 4,000 of those. I would prefer not to be in the inventory management of those boxes. So, what I would suggest is that they get issued to the cities and the towns in adequate numbers so that they would have enough on hand. And then every time we have an election, send the ballots to the towns in the boxes that we use now, which certainly hold up for that purpose. Have the local election officials count the ballots, which they're required to do in statute, and then they can put them in those totes when that job is done. I think something like that would work. The only additional thing that I wanted to point out was that this bill would also apply to local elections as it's currently written, which means towns, schools, and village districts. And the reason I come to that conclusion is in chapter RSA 669:25, which talks about the conduct of elections for the local level. They say that, for the purposes of a local election, the chapters 658 and 659 also apply to town elections. So by passing a provision in chapter 659, it's also going to apply to local elections. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Thank you for taking my question. I like the idea of the plastic boxes, but wouldn't we have to seal them with the red tape, and wouldn't that all be left on there, gunk up, and they'd look awful trashy eventually?
I think with the plastic totes, you could eliminate the red tape. And the reason for that is there is no alternative access. So on a cardboard box, there's two ways that you can enter it. So the tape seals both of those. But in a tote, it's just going in from the top. And once the cover is on there and it has a numbered wire seal placed on it and a padlock, it would still require the seal that all of the election officials has to sign going over it, but it would pretty much eliminate the need for red tape.
Eliminating red tape in election law?
I knew
What
that was
a
coming.
day. It's just go home now. Representative Howard.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. So in the bill, the effective date says that the act will take effect 60 days after passage. Are you going to be able to provide these reusable, transportable boxes in time for the next election?
I think that's doable, provided the money's there. And if we need 4,000 and let's say they're $10 a piece, that's $40,000.
Thank you.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you.
I just want to state I was going to make a Hava money joke there, and I chose not to.
Good move.
I just want to put it on the record. I was going to make the joke and decided not to.
So the wire seal would be similar to what they put on the electronic ballot counting machines when those are tested? Is that what you're talking
It
about?
would be similar to that. Yeah. I mean, obviously we would want something that is as rugged as it could be so that, when they're handled, the seal's not going to break.
Would it be a problem if those were, if they were taken out of commission, so to speak, in a community when there's a recount done and those boxes go up to the state level, and that means maybe there'd be another election coming down the pike, and then the community wouldn't have them? Would you just have a bank of them at the state archives or something like that to then just keep sending out to the towns?
I should have said notwithstanding recounts. I mean, obviously we have to bring those ballots to Concord, in those containers. We currently keep the boxes of ballots from a recount for the required 22 months, just like they have to do in the towns. And then after that time frame is up, we destroy them. In this instance, we would destroy the ballots. We would hold them, destroy the ballots, and then send the containers back to the towns that they came from.
Okay. Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 4,000 estimate, would that include the need to retain ballots for 22 months?
Yes, the ballots would have to remain in those containers for 22 months, period.
Right, so that requirement would be satisfied by 4,000 boxes roughly.
Yes, the 22 months allows you to destroy the ballots, free up the containers before the next election.
For that many, thank you.
Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for the brevity, or levity, I should say. Brevity as well. Last up is Michael Bean.
Michael Bean, 112 Grove Road in Rye. The Secretary of State, this is an easy one, I think, that we all can embrace. Secretary of State, Ballot Law Commission, everyone seems to recognize the importance of maintaining the integrity. We actually have sealed ballot boxes, chain of custody, and storage log as an RSA requirement. There's a copy of the document here. Unfortunately, during our recounts, they were not all completed, but the importance of the log should easily be recognized. And the ballots have to be stored from the night of the election to date of destruction, which has previously been addressed. But this one, I think, is rather mundane in that you're not, we're not impacting anybody's right to vote. There's nothing threatening about this particular bill, and all we're doing is trying to maintain the integrity of the actual ballots themselves. So I would think it would be something readily embraceable, if you will. We had this type of situation during our recount. Our towns that we did the recount for had never experienced another recount in that season, in that election series. So the boxes were being seen for the first time from the town to the archives building for the recount. And we had pictures like this where the boxes are opened, the tape says void. We have labels peeled back, as you'll see here, with the labels pulled right off the boxes. So the system that we currently have is not great. I am fully in favor of using sealable, sealed with a wire seal containers to maintain that integrity. We're supposed to have absentee ballot materials in a blue box, ballots in a red box. Those would have to be, that distinction would have to still be made, but that was violated over and over again throughout the analysis that we did for the recount. And I have a current situation, as I told you right now. I've written to the Secretary of State, Attorney General's office, and my town requesting an investigation for the January 23rd. Those ballots must maintain their integrity until that investigation gets closed out. We had undervotes on a vote for one. We had many, many undervotes, no rationale for it. It was later corrected and without an explanation. So consequently, the machine count was wrong and it got modified later. I can't speculate why. That's why we're asking for the investigation. The ballots should be, they should maintain their integrity until all of those investigations are completed. So I don't think there's anything threatening about this to, as I previously stated, jeopardizing somebody's right to vote. It just maintains the integrity of the election that took place, and I would ask you all to support it. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee? We didn't answer that question. I'm gonna say no. Thank you. All right, we had two people signed up in person who did not speak. Both signed up in favor of the bill. Online, it was 11 support, 2 opposed. With that, having no one else signed up to speak, I'm going to close the committee hearing on House Bill 1370. The committee will stand in recess until 3 p.m. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1364 relative to intimidation of election officers, improper influence over the electoral process, and tampering with electronic ballot counting devices. I need a pink card from you at some point. No, you don't need it now, Representative
I'm
Reed.
willing to bet
If you
that-
talk about the right bill, I won't need the pink card. That's a joke.
I'm willing to bet, Mr. Chair, that the pink card I handed in earlier on the other bill has this bill number on it.
It would if I hadn't had corrected the pink card for you.
Oh, okay. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, once again. And I know you just heard this, but my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockinghamton, Newmarket, and Newfields. I have before you today HB 1364, correct bill, and I already told you a little bit about it, I think, but the bill adds needed protection, stronger language for election worker protections, as well as stronger language to prevent tampering with the electoral process. So a little bit on the background. 1/3 of our election workers across the country left their positions by 2022, the 2022 election cycle, because of increased intimidation of election workers. 1 out of 5 additionally plan to leave by the 2024 election. In some states, as many as half of all election workers have quit their jobs, and many citing increased intimidation as a main cause. 79% of election workers across the country believe that stronger protections are needed to allow them to do their job properly and safely. I don't think anyone has actual numbers for the number of election workers in this state that have left, but we have seen a sharp rise in election workers quitting their positions and the need for phone banks to recruit new election workers. I do know, in addition, that there have been, and this kind of may seem like it's two different sides, but it's two sides of the same coin, because anybody who really cares about the electoral process cares both about protecting the people who are, in most cases, volunteering to make sure our elections work, but also care about making sure that those people do their correct job and don't tamper or influence election results. And so on the other side of that, we've seen a few examples across the country, and one here at home of both election workers being intimidated, but also election workers themselves tampering with the process. Here in New Hampshire, there was a situation where an election worker in Raymond who was trying to fix a machine was physically assaulted. Also across the country, there have been, although not actually in New Hampshire, but the idea that that election workers might have been tampering with ballots became an issue in New Hampshire a couple years ago, and it turned out that it was just, as you know, a fold in the ballots. But across the country, it did happen that election workers were tampering, famously in Mesa County, Colorado, as well as Coffee County, Georgia, where election workers were disclosing the proprietary information so that others could hack those systems. So we've seen an increase in need for both protecting election workers as well as protecting the process from perhaps election workers who don't have the best intentions. So I will get into the details of the bill itself. So first paragraph, line 5, we did not include the word retaliation in our current protection language. So we added retaliation as an action that would not be permitted. Also, the idea of doxing election workers, and just so you know, we're talking about doxing here. It means disseminating personal information. Personal information does not include name. Name is always fair, but personal information is defined on the next page on line 8, meaning home address, telephone number, photos of your home, photos of your license plates, those kinds of things that help people access you personally. That disclosing that, as long as, and back on the first page, the dissemination poses an imminent and serious threat, and the person disseminating that information knows that it would pose a serious threat, then that would be prohibited. And then on the second page, starting with Roman numeral 2, except for while conducting their official duties, an election worker shall not knowingly mutilate or erase any name, figure, or word on a voter registration list. Paragraph 3, a person shall not knowingly access or attempt to access the voter registration system except for official duties. Paragraph 4, a city or town clerk shall not knowingly permit any person to create or disclose any person an image of the hard drive or any voting system component without the express permission of Secretary of State. Paragraph 5, a person shall not knowingly publish or cause to be published passwords that would give people access to hack, obviously. Paragraph 6, well, I think that the rest of it just kind of is the housekeeping to make sure that it is enforceable. So I think all of these are really reasonable changes to help protect our election workers, but also protect our election systems from election workers who don't necessarily have objective good results as their motive. And I guess with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you. Hearkening back to some of the other bills we've heard today, there was a distinction between election officers and election officials. So I noticed in describing the bill, it talks about election officers, but then I thought I saw election official on the last page of.
Well, I do say.
So do you know, so our understanding, my understanding was official is the clerk, the moderator, the supervisor. The officers are the volunteers. So are you bringing everybody under this, or are you just trying to keep it to officials?
Everybody should be included in this, because we were speaking of election workers broadly as leaving their roles. And also, even if they're a volunteer, not necessarily elected by the town, you don't want them tampering with the ballots. Just kind of plain and simple. You don't want anybody doing this stuff. So yeah, it should cover everyone. Not, despite my very first request when I was a freshman to be on election law, I ended up on Fish and Game. So I am not privy to the matters that you have discussed this year in terms of the difference between officers and officials. And so if there's an amendment that needs to clean that language up, that's fine.
Okay.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. I'm noticing the effective date is January 1st, 2025, and I'm wondering if there were to be an amendment, if you would be open to making this effective sooner so that it would pertain to the November 2024 election.
I personally would be and would want it to be effective sooner. I think the strategy with going with 2025 had more to do with making sure towns had enough time, but I don't know that towns don't have enough time. So as long as, say, the municipal association didn't oppose, I think that it should be doable.
Great, thank you.
Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On page 2, where it says, so you're amending 65942, tampering with electronic ballot counting devices, but then it looks like paragraphs Roman numeral 2, 3, 4, and 5 are not, or at least some of the aspects of this may not be pertaining to the ballot counting devices. So paragraph 3, statewide voter registration system. So it seems like it's the scope is beyond the title of the paragraph, and so I think that might need to be amended and follow up, if I may.
Yep.
And do you think that this would have any impact on? We talked earlier today about wrongful voting and voter fraud. Do you think this would have any impact on a whistleblower who might have discovered an issue and wants to report it, but then could be themselves suppressed or intimidated by, if I bring this forward, I'm going to accuse you of intimidating me and that sort of thing. So I'm just curious as to your thoughts on that.
Well, to be clear, intimidation is already covered. We already prohibit intimidation, threat of force, violence, or any tactic of coercion or intimidation to knowingly discourage, interfere. So that's already in our laws. So no, I don't think it would discourage a whistleblower so long as the whistleblower was not doxing them. That's the only like real retaliation and doxing are the only things that are being added here. So if it's just falling under the general category of intimidation, then that's currently the issue. Currently the case that intimidation is prohibited.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. On page 3, on line 2, could you just define that for me?
You're asking for disclosure programs and bug bounty programs.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, a bug bounty program would be if somebody were offering a bounty to kind of look at the programming and see if there's an issue, as I understand it.
Hack for
Okay,
hire.
fair
Representative
enough. Thank
Quayle?
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. On page 1, lines 19 through 25, talks about a person being guilty of a Class A misdemeanor if he or she knowingly and without consent makes publicly available personal information about an election official. If the dissemination poses an imminent and serious threat to the safety and the person making the information knows or reasonably should know of any imminent and serious threat. I have a similar question to the one I had previously. What's the standard of proof for stating that someone should have known that? And I'll stay with there, and if I can have a follow-up, I'd appreciate it.
So thank you. I'm sure that our friends on criminal justice would enjoy having this conversation because there are many different criminal acts where your culpability level. So just a little bit out of criminal justice, there's typically 4 culpability states for criminal law. That is purposefully, knowingly, recklessly and carelessly, or carelessly and recklessly. And all of those depend on basically what your mental state was, right? Did you intend to do it? And so all of that has to be proven in court. And prosecutors usually will prosecute at the lowest level they think they can prove. But things that you may have written online, things that you have said to people, information you had that you clearly had access to, or that people know that you saw or know that you heard, those types of things go to prove what you were aware of and therefore what you're mentally culpable of.
Thank you.
Follow up?
A follow-up, and this has 2 closely related aspects to it. You define personal information as including a person's home address. That's the part I'm particularly interested in at the moment. There are 2, in my opinion, 2 important areas or occasions where that information is revealed publicly, routinely. One has to do with, in my town at least, the annual report has a list of properties that are taxed or have other information related to them, like was it concurrent use? Anyway, you have an exemption for certain uses. All right. That is important for public transparency in terms of everybody, in my opinion, and that of others, believes that the list of those who are taxed should be publicly available so everybody can see for themselves that it's being done in a fair manner. A second example of that, I believe, is the voter rolls, where we've already heard at least once today that it's important that the voter rolls, which typically include name and address at the very least, are made public on a routine basis, accessible to everybody. I can think of one further related example where there are some entities that create their own list of voters with additional information, additional data fields they've generated themselves, and it can include information such as phone numbers and mobile phones. I've seen such lists routinely. So I don't see how practical it is, or even how desirable it would be to exclude certain voters from the voter rolls, publicly available voter rolls, or certain certain property owners from the list of property owners. So that seems to me to conflict with your the statement in your bill. So how would you resolve that for me?
Sure, thank you. So the third example you gave is a privately created list, and we can't really prevent people from creating lists privately. But the first thing I need to address is that nothing in this prevents or makes secret the name, right? They can always disclose the name. We should know the names of the election workers. With the other two examples you gave, property tax maps, which obviously you know the home address because it's the property tax, and also the voter roll, which you have to know the address because you have to know whether or not they're qualified to vote. Both of those require inherently in the definition of those lists require the address. So we're already saying the name is fine. The question is there any reason we need to know the address of election workers if you're not trying to hurt them or intimidate them or retaliate against them? I can't think of a reason why you'd have to know the home address of an election worker. Separately, I kind of skipped over it in my introduction, but the 1B here right afterwards is it's really up to the election worker. The election worker is the one that submits a request saying that they don't want their home address to be public. So it's not automatic that it's not public. It's the election worker can choose that protection to allow for their home address to be private information. And again, it's not name, it's just home address, license plate, pictures, things like that.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Reed. Next up, Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon. Olivia Zink, Executive Director with Open Democracy, a nonpartisan organization. I think that it's really important to look at this from an intimidation perspective of the woman who voted in Raymond at the last town meeting, whose ballot jammed, and instead of having a reasonable conversation with the moderator, they assaulted them. They punched them in the face, right? They were arrested. They were charged. This is what we're seeing at elections. Maybe it's just Raymond. Maybe there's some other towns that you may have heard of these examples where election workers are being physically harmed. I have been in polling places where moderators have been yelled at because people were registered the wrong party and they didn't realize that, right? We have seen I think just the tone and rhetoric right now is really high. And I think that many people are not wanting to be poll workers because they're afraid of intimidation. And this would just put some protections in to ensure that there is additional protections for these charges. And again, the person that was assaulted in Raymond were charged and was elevated because it was a civil servant. But I think it's important that we look at these. Just this past November, in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Georgia, envelopes of white powder were sent to home addresses of election workers. It was fentanyl in 4 cases. This is what we see when election workers, we mean doxing, where their name is published and you tell people to do bad things. And I think the Windham Town Clerk may have had some of that after the 2020 election. And so I think it's important that we put these protections on our election workers to ensure that we are really addressing the rhetoric and making sure that we're protecting the civil servants that are doing the work of executing elections every day. And I remember one committee meeting where somebody threatened and intimidated you all as committee members, right? So you've all witnessed that too. I know that they sort of Representative Kathleen Prudhomme O'Brien. I remember they kind of we're looking at you when they said that, and I was in the back of the room saying this is not appropriate behavior in a committee hearing for people to intimidate the committee. So we know that this behavior exists, and I think it's important for us to stay safe. And so I hope you will consider this bill.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative Bay. I saw her first. I saw her first, bro. I do. It's the only time I go left first. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So you thought this bill is to protect election workers from, I guess, disgruntled voters, and does that include voters who are also candidates, disgruntled candidates? I mean, I think I should ask the sponsor, but does this cover that?
I'm just going to say that in the Voter Confidence Commission report, there was protections for election workers and for voters. So it went both ways, that we should have civil discourse at the polls. And I think that if you look back at the Voter Confidence report, that those recommendations were in there.
Okay, now Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It seems like everything that's being addressed in this bill is already against the law or easily covered by what we already have in place. Can you show me something that this is doing that current law isn't doing?
I think you're right that there are criminals. I mean, if you punch somebody in the face, that's illegal. But I think it does add retaliation. Because if somebody thinks you've done something wrong, that retaliation is added. But the threatening is already in there.
Yeah. Another question, follow up, please.
We'll see if anybody else wants to go first, and then yes. All right, nobody else wants to go, so you're up.
So I'm sure you've been in a voting environment. As a voter, I can say it goes both ways. The level of intimidation goes both ways. And there's a lot of energy in there. If someone wears a political shirt, the way they handle that person, they could handle better, in my opinion. So all I'm saying is it almost seems like we're forming this special class of servants, and we're all subject, as you mentioned, we're all subject to it. This is part of the job, unfortunately. And the state, running a state and the state office isn't that much different than running in a town office when you have to deal with the public, the constituents. So I just think that this it's a interesting bill, but I think it's already covered. Why add another layer to it? That's my question. Sorry for the.
No, I think you're right that there are some statutory protections. I think this just elevates some of them, knowing how important election workers are. But I think you're right. I have been in the polling place. I have served as an election worker for the last 9 years, and I think I remember 9 years ago not seeing the level of intensity that we have. People were much more polite to each other. It was a celebration. People were working together. And then you saw some more intensity grow. And you're right. The voter in Exeter who took off their shirt and voted without topless, these things happen. But people don't want to remove a clothing because they think they have a First Amendment right to wear it. But we are trying to keep the polling place sort of free of that kind of hostility.
Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Do election officials have a responsibility in their role to inform a voter if they are wearing electioneering hats, buttons, shirts? Don't they have a responsibility to let that voter know? And then if that voter responds in a way that might be threatening or retaliating for that election official doing their job, wouldn't this bill kind of address that type of situation?
It could. And I think that when I think the Secretary of State did trainings on de-escalating conflict at the polling place for the first time in the lead up to the 2022 elections. So I think when we think about how we're training election workers to de-escalate that conflict, I think it's important for us to remember, to me, if my ballot ever got jammed in a machine, I would understand that, there's other solutions than punching the moderator in the face. But some people's level of anger and hate are are up there and we see these activities happening. And I think this addresses that.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Last up is Dan Healy. Can you grab that blue sheet?
Hi, Dan Healy, Nashua City Clerk, representing New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association. So the only thing I'm up here really to discuss is Section 8, where it says the designated election official shall keep all components of a voting system in a location where entry is controlled by the use of a key, card access, or other similar automatic entry logging system, and shall ensure that the log created by the system is maintained as an election record for 25 months following the date of any entry. So currently in Nashua, we have a locked vault. It's not key card, and that's where our voting systems are stored, the tabulators. So we do a combination to get in there. It's only city clerk staff that have access. It's locked up at the end of the day. It is open during the day when staff is present and monitoring that location. We could move the devices to another location that, we don't go into as frequently. It wouldn't be a key card access. I see the key card component being an issue for a lot of municipalities to have that. In addition, the tabulators have a activity logbook, and it states at the front of it which members of the clerk's office have access to these bags. So if we have to keep track of every time we go in and out of our vault, the list is going to be huge. So this Section 8, I'd like to see it changed to maybe the designated election official shall keep all components of the voting system in a location where entry is controlled by use of a key card access or lock. And I'm not sure on making a record every time someone goes into that locked area. You'd have to create then a separate spot for these voting systems because we're in and out of our vault all day long.
Okay, questions from the committee, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Would removing that section entirely, because there are already regulations and statutes for the storage of voting systems and ballots and all of that, would removing that section be better for the Clerks Association?
Removing the section would work for us.
Thank
yes.
you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Natch Grays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We do support the bill with amendment. I believe that Clerk Healy outlined our major concern regarding the key card entry. Want to make sure that works with everyone. I'm more than happy to work with the prime sponsor and any members of the committees on an amendment to make sure that this bill would function well for everyone. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee, Representative Brennan?
Thank you. If an amendment, the effective date was changed to sooner, like something like August 1st rather than June 1st, 2025, so that this bill would be in effect for the state primary in September and the general election in November 2024, would that cause any harm to municipalities?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed up to speak. There was no one on the blue sheet. And there was 96 online and 4 opposed. With that, we're going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1364. That concludes our public hearings for the day. Congratulations, we made it. We're going to do 2 things here real fast. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1577. I'm going to immediately recess it until next Tuesday. The sponsors are bringing forward an amendment. They would like time to work on it. That is an early bill. We will be voting it on Tuesday. No exceptions. It's due out by the 15th. So we are voting for it on the 12th. What you vote for or against it is your business. And then we are going to recess for 10 minutes while we caucus. So be back here at 3:40. Representative Lane, if you want to use my office, you're more than welcome. The Republicans will be in room 300.
Leave my crap in here, then I'm here.
Okay, we're gonna open up, yeah, no, we're not gonna call for the vote right now. We're gonna open up the executive session on House Bill 1426 FN. Since we know which way this is gonna go, Representative Bohm, you're recognized for a motion.
I move ITL on 1426.
Okay, I'm not second.
Yes, I did. I knew you were not.
May
Uh,
may I ask a parliamentary part?
well, let's finish. Is there a second to the motion? Representative Aikenberg, Representative Osborne seconds, I believe. Thank you. Now you have a PI.
Yes.
It's PI.
If
It's a
I-
parliamentary.
if
It's
I
called a PI.
know- no.
Yeah, no, it's a PI. It's a parliamentary PI.
Um,
It actually is.
Assuming if it goes the way you said, then I can make an amendment.
Correct.
Move for the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, you can. Yep. Okay. All right. Is there discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate?
Yes. I like to make, I made the motion ITL, reason being is one of the problems that I see this causing is if, for example, a bill says that the redistricting hasn't done by the legislature, which is fine, does not listen to the commission, which it can, it gives the governor, which another excuse to veto the bill. And I have a problem with the governor even having any say with the redistricting, and I think that needs to be fixed. So I think we need to, other things that need to be fixed, and we have 10 years to do it, is not this way. Not this way is let's, fix the county system, get the governor out of it, but the redistricting commission, like I said on a floor speech some years ago, in charge. So in the 16 years that I've been in the legislature, I probably 8 of those years has been the opposite. So, we go back and forth all the time. So, and in the Senate, in the Executive Council, in the governor, so I don't see a problem with our current redistricting. Thank you.
Further comments on the bill? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Sounds like there's some breathing into mics going on.
Quit breathing.
Not that I mind the sound of breathing, but just saying. Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Grody,
No.
Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Rafter,
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate fails 10-10. Is there another motion that we'd like to make? Representative Lane, you're recognized.
I would like to move to adopt an amendment to HB 1426. I passed out the amendment. It's amendment 2024-0513H. It makes 2 technical changes. Did you?
Yeah, I looked it in the office. Thank you.
I've got a few. Does everybody?
I'll go get it for him.
I've got some more.
You gave it out this morning?
No, I gave it to Ross before you caucused. He said he asked me. Okay, sorry for the confusion.
Okay, so you're in the middle of making a motion.
I made the motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Hamlet, second. We are now on discussion of Amendment 2024-0513H to House Bill 1426 FN. Is there discussion on the amendment? Representative Lane is recognized.
Thank you. So this makes two changes that were requested during the testimony and were brought to my attention as basically typos. The first one on page line 6, where the word 0 was 1 before. It was so basically it has to do in a year ending in 0 and rather than a year ending in 1, because it didn't make sense the way it was written. And then the last clause on line 14, provided that such subsequent map shall be adopted pursuant to the procedures set forth in this chapter, was added because someone asked me if it was clear that if we have to start over, that it's under this particular statute. And I said, yes, that's the intent. So that's why I added that language.
Okay.
And I can take any questions if you.
My understanding, Representative Lane, is this is purely housekeeping, correct?
That's the intent, yes.
Okay, so it is my intention to vote in favor of this amendment, even though I just voted against the bill. I don't want to establish in this committee the precedent of voting down good faith housekeeping amendments, even when we happen to disagree, so I will be voting yes for the amendment. Is any other further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on Amendment 2024-0513H.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
I know I'm breathing. No, just because just no.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Inkerberg,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Senator Grody,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the amendment carries 12-8. We are now on an ought to pass as amended motion on the bill as amended. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Representative Lane, you're recognized.
So I apologize, folks, but since I missed the hearing, I just wanted to address some of the questions that did come up. And I think that this is a way to make our system more transparent and more fair. And I think Representative Muir had indicated none of us knows who's going to control this in 2030. So the idea is to make it as fair as we can and as transparent as we can. I looked at a bunch of different states, and Colorado seemed to have, although a rather complicated way of doing it, it was the best way and it's worked. And I think Representative Bohm brought up a really great point about how do you find an independent voter. And the same question was asked in Colorado, but somehow they managed to find them, and it did even out so that it wasn't just Democrats and just Republicans, it was independents, and it keeps you from getting a deadlock. And I know that the question about the New Hampshire Constitution states that the legislature shall make the apportionment of representatives or redistrict, but the Constitution does not say how the legislature is to make the apportionment and what process it has to follow. So in this bill, the legislature participates in the redistricting process and sets up a new process and is overseeing it. So with that, I would just like to thank everybody for indulging me. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? All right, I guess I'll close. So I'm going to be voting against this for a multitude of reasons. I've brought an article in from January 29th, 2024 of this year from Decision Desk regarding Michigan's Independent Redistricting Commission. So Decision Desk, by the way, in case you guys know, that's not some like right-leaning, Breitbart blog. They're election nerds, right? They just look at numbers. So titled, Did Michigan's Redistricting Process Reduce Black Turnout? They argue yes, but there's some things in here that I think are very interesting. So after Michigan's Independent Redistricting Commission, for the first time in 68 years, Detroit will not have a single black congressman. For the first time in 68 years. Majority minority districts in Michigan went from 5 in the Senate, 10 in the House, to 5 in the House, period. So even when you get to something that's independent redistricting, right? It's not always kind of what you want to get to. The problem is when you try to live in the fantasy land of removing politics from this process, you get to something, you basically deny what it is. It is an inherently political process. I promise you, had Michigan elected officials been involved, you wouldn't have gotten to a 5 majority minority district in Michigan. You wouldn't, and I can virtually guarantee you, you'd probably have at least one black person representing Detroit in Congress. So it doesn't always get you where you want to go. I was thinking about this last night. There's actually very few of us on the committee that were involved intimately in the redistricting process last year. Representative Lane was one of them. But I actually think, were we the only 2 on the committee? I think we were. And there were things said during there that you have to be quiet because they're bringing things to court. They're going to sue. But I kind of wanted to address some things because this is my let's call it my redistricting airing of grievances. So my friends at the ACLU used to be one of the most center. Let's call it, I don't want to say ideological, but principle-driven organizations, right? These are the people that took on the horrible task of representing the Klan when they wanted to march, right? They sue in Arkansas, they sue in South Carolina, they sue in South Carolina, but they don't sue in Illinois. They don't sue over gerrymandering in Illinois. And I've brought copies of Illinois' congressional districts if you'd like to look at them. I think that they would meet what you would call the definition of gerrymandering. So it's so curious to me how the nonpartisan ACLU just manages to overlook Illinois, but yet manages to go to Republican states. Our friends at America Votes, the nonpartisan group, they are funded by the Democrat Legislative Campaign Committee and the DNC as a whole. So, love them. I think I'm working with them on the UOCAVA bill, but they're hardly nonpartisan, right? Lastly, and this one hurt me the most because my grandmother was a member of the League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters in New Hampshire ran a Facebook ad redirecting voters, not women voters, but student voters, redirecting student voters to the Grafton County Democrats YouTube page. So it's hard to take these things seriously when you have groups that are not always kind of presenting what they are, who they say they are. Lastly, let's talk about my friends at the Mapathon, the Open Democracy Action subgroup, right? So they came here and they testified and they said that the least gerrymandered map currently in existence is the current New Hampshire congressional map. That is arguably the most gerrymandered map that's currently in existence. And in fact, its entire purpose when it was drawn, dividing Manchester and Nashua, was actually to suppress the Catholic vote. We just haven't changed it since then. Don't believe me, look it up. It's all there. It's all there. So that map has, over the last 10 years, produced one Republican congressman one time. So it has a 5% win rate for Republicans, yet 46% of the vote has gone to Republicans. So 46% of the voters have been represented 5% of the time. Hard to take that seriously when you say that that's the least gerrymandered map. They also happen to be suing over the state house map. Once again, they said the congressional map is the least gerrymandered map. The state house map, so they use the standard, right, of, oh, look at the statewide vote, right? Look at the statewide vote. The state house map was the one that got closest to the statewide vote. It was off by 0.5%. And yet that's the one they're suing over. And are they suing to move one ward in Keene over to make the whole map work? No, they're suing to throw out the whole map. They're suing to throw out the whole map. So they're not, in my opinion, it's hard for me to view them as honest brokers in this conversation. you know, when we did the redistricting, probably the smartest thing that ever came out of my mouth was, this is a thankless process. It's an ugly process. And you can do one of two things. You can make a map that looks good, or you can make a map that actually functions. To try and separate this process from the legislator is to further remove it from the voters, not to further empower the voters. This bill would further empower judges, not further empower people. I understand that this is the way we draw districts is not popular. It is not always, definitely not pretty. I can assure you that. But to try and act like it's not political just denies what it is. So I will be voting against this. I'll be voting against future efforts of this because I truly believe in my heart of hearts, and I would say this if I was in the minority, that this is a process that the farther it gets away from the legislator, the more concocted and actually the more distance from actually being representative it will be. So with that, those are my closing arguments. I brought everything if you'd like to see it, and that is my Festivus on redistricting. All right, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
I feel like we need droppable mics because that could picture you dropping a mic after that one. Representative Bohm.
No.
Representative Perdomo Bryan.
No.
Representative Quayle.
No.
Representative Ankerberg.
No.
Representative Burnham.
No.
Representative Wary.
No.
Representative Wood.
No.
Representative Osborne.
Nope.
Representative Kutab.
No.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamlet.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes no. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amended fails. The bill will be reported out of committee as no recommendation per the instructions of the speaker. Reports are due by the end of the day. So we have till today. So Representative Quayle, do you believe you could do the report for ITL, or do you want me? I can't speak against the committee, so technically. Well, you want to write it? Okay. Representative Bohm will take ITL, and I assume Representative Lane will take OTPA.
Right, ready in the report.
Okay, and with that, we'll see. So here's what's going to close the executive session on House Bill 1426. A couple of housekeeping things. I'm going to go and make nice with Representative Lane after my bombshell. We're going to work on the scheduling for next week. Any votes that we take on Thursday will be votes that Representative Lane and myself and Representative Bohm believe will be 18-0, 19-0, 20-0 like we saw on Thursday. So no votes on Thursday that we don't believe we'll all be on the same page on. And with that, I'll see you guys on Thursday.